Welcome to Laurence plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further. The factory must grow.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration, Krastorio². Hello everyone. No, Mike is actually the worst tack because he's not here, and therefore we can say whatever we like about him. Hello Madman Tack, Peter, and Tristan and Marc as well, who are on voice chat and therefore being rather quiet while I do my intro because they're polite.
Hello.
So, where were we last week? Well, last week, I got to the point where I had the Astro catalogues. Oh, I don't have a webcam. Why do I not have a webcam? Turn that on. There. That's a rather bad aim. That's a very, very small webcam. Maybe. Oh, no, that's about right. Anyway, hello, welcome, etc., etc. So yes, I was faffling around with the tier 3 catalogs over here, and these are now being made, as you can see by these two machines here spinning away. Now I need to expand the number of machines making them down here because there's hopelessly out what's named at the moment, and also slightly more seriously up here they're not being loaded into the train. So let's go and fix the more severe problem first. So I'll flit up over there like this. We know you're mad, madman. It's in your name. Where is that? And oh, thank you for the sub, Calcium. Much appreciated. 14 months. Wow, that's a long time. Have I actually have no idea how long I've been doing this streaming malarkey for. I'm going to assume it's more than 14 months, because that's what it says on the doohickey. But yeah, wow. Thank you. Let's belt. Green cable. No, nav's that. Green cable like that, and green cable like that, and then I can put these things in. Do I have that? Do I have them in my pockets? I do. Excellent. Much easier. Right, and now I need to program these up to say these ones should run when the tier 3 catalogs are less than. I believe we've been saying 1,000. I'll check that in a second.
Yep.
Tristan agrees, but yes, there we go. Yeah, and then copy that to there, and then those will flow through. Oh crap! I forgot to filter these. So filter out the comprehensive abstract catalogs to the right, and you as well. So I've now overloaded a little bit with the tier 2s, but that's fine. Next time the train comes around, it'll all sort itself out, and everything will be hunky dory. Right. So that's now fine. So what we've got here is we had the one belt that had the 2s and the 3s flowing along it, and so I need to split it off like this so that they get discombobularized, and I'll do that. I'll grab these extra 3s off here because we seem to be rather short of them, and I can just chuck them in here like this. Right. Hello, Teeman. And Hinko, welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, Mike is missing. I assume that's what Tack is complaining about. He's been doing some important breeding, and therefore I think he well, not technically he, but a second Sprog is being produced sometime around now-ish, and so he's sort of claiming that is a reason to not be here, which I think is absolutely disgraceful. But you know, can't get the staff and all that. But never mind. I suppose we should probably be sympathetic, at least to his other half. So the other thing, as I was saying, is I need to expand these systems like this because they were not keeping up, not even remotely. So I'll boost that across there like that, and not have any belts to do that. Finish that bit off. Right, there we go.
Mark, do you happen to know offhand where cryonite is needed on Taurus? No, that was probably sending out the purple stuff. I just copied all the signal receivers from other place.
Yeah, probably you had some iridium, no, MSI mines there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do.
Right, so let's see. Now that I've expanded this, I say now that I've expanded this. Now that this is going to be expanded, because you know that's up to the bots. The next thing I probably want to do is start taking these data cards all the way up to here in order to upgrade this recipe to the tier 3 one. So as I've mentioned before, this is the system where we're producing the astrometric analysis data. And if you do the tier 1, then you put in 3, get out 3. If you do tier 2, you put in 5, get out 10. If you do 3, you put in all 7 types of observation data, and you get out 20 of them. So yeah, it's much better, but I need to run some belts up here, or a belt up here. Now this is where I go, where is a good place to put a belt? I think I could probably run it along here, because I don't think I'm going to need light oil anywhere else. That seems like an odd thing to require for anywhere else in Astro. So let's try that.
I mean, Laurence, that's such a long belt. Don't you think you should train it?
Touche. You're not wrong. It is quite a long belt. However, I think it is probably in the bounds of vaguely sensible. Now I'm actually wondering which would be a larger buffer, running a belt up here or having a train full of it. So anyway, I am going to do this by belt. Marc's return of my mockery notwithstanding. So bring this up here. Like that, and then I need now we have the tricky part. Somehow I need to get this belt, or I need to split this belt off and get the contents all the way over to here. Now, there's a convenient gap here. I think what I'm going to I'll just do this the easy way. I think that is put in an underground like that, put in an underground like that. Oh dear, I've just accidentally stuck a load of stuff in the warehouse as a shame. My intention there was to do that by hand rather than by bot, but I wasn't really paying attention as I did it, so I didn't. So run that across there, then we go underground again, like this. And then it's just a case of linking up that belt there. So now we'll leave the bots to get on with their bottery, and we'll get that sent up there. Let's go and deal with the other end of this now, because that's the other fiddly bit. So up here, we're going to have the joy of somehow trying to get this belt through to all of these orrery machines. Now, the fun part of this is it's easy to get two belts up into a machine, because you run the belts past it, and then you have an inserter and a long-handled inserter. Fine. Getting a third one in, slightly more difficult. However, it's not that much more difficult. I think I can manage it. So what I'm going to do is that. And then similarly, I'm going to just do it there, like that, and that, and that's not the right place. I got confused. I mean, it'll work actually, but it wasn't where I meant to do it. So we'll get rid of that, and that, and that, and that. I've got all these the wrong way around as well because I got confused. What is going on here? There we go. Sort it out, Laurence. Get with the plot. So we do that.
Do you expect Big Rid to need cryonite?
I don't. Oh, I think yeah. I need a bit to freeze the methane gas to make it methane ice to ship it.
Oh, to send away.
Yep.
Okay, I can follow that. I can follow pipes for that then. Ah, yes, I see.
There.
Thank you.
And then that bit. So there we go. Now these are all now holding those, going to be holding those types of data cards on this row, and that means I can then shove in these long inserters like this. I don't know why they're not even and all in the same sort of position. I think I had a bit of a brain fart when I got to this one apparently, but you know what? It's going to work. I don't think I mind too much. Hang on a minute. So that one's got this one. That one's got this one. That one's got this one. This one hasn't got anything because my brain apparently doesn't. My brain apparently does not brain. So let's put that there. Let's pick up a bit of this. Put that there, and then that there. Get rid of that. Belt there. Underground there, and then I can put that there. And it's still stupid, but it's gonna work. Right. Yes. So now, well, I can't do anything just yet because I'm waiting for these data cards these observation data card things to arrive. Observation data, no, they are data cards. Observation data cards to arrive, but then once they do, I can then sort of just turn all of these up onto the next recipe. Let's have a look and see why they're not here. In fact, here they are coming. Good. So it's going to be a little bit slow at first because at the moment these telescopes are trying to catch up. So I'm probably going to need to put in more telescopes as well. But given that it's filling up a buffer along here with this belt, maybe it's not going to be quite such an issue. Why not do the setup for Astro 4 now? That's a good question. There's no real reason to not put in the not put in the setup for Astro 4. That's probably a good idea. I shall do that. Pervy Ed is a good nickname. I approve of that. Separate trains for each type of card. Yes, that's a good idea. I could have weaved the inner one. That's also true. Hello, Toro. Welcome. And Hinko, you might well be. I think no. The second machine's got. No, it's got the first row from here. So it's outputting the first row here. It's taking in the second row here, and it's taking in the third row here. So I think that is all okay. Technically, maybe it would be better to use the to have weaved the inner one because then I could have used the fast inserters for it, and it would have been slightly quicker. But I don't care. It's not going to make that much difference. Hello, Mark. Welcome. Poor streamer. Well, yeah, I'd be a significantly less poor streamer if I had more subscribers and more people giving me money. Does that count? Right, have they arrived? They have arrived. Okay, so now I can upgrade all of these. I can say, no, don't be that recipe, be that recipe. Oh, and thanks, bots. There we go. I've upgraded all of those now. And at least 2 of them are working. 3 of them are working. What are you sad about? You're sad because you've got 47 you can't get rid of. Okay, that's all right. I don't mind if you're sad because you're full of output. So I think that's probably going to be okay. That's true. Yes, using your free Amazon Prime Twitch sub on me would be very much appreciated. Okay, so I think the next one is presumably going to come up here because there, quite frankly, isn't anywhere else for it to pop up. So let's assume that comes across here like that, and then along here where we shall split it here, and then underground it here. And shenanigan it in like that. And that. And that. There we go. Right, so that's going to be all of... Oh, I need to put in the cables. I won't, of course, at this stage, I won't actually be able to program them with what I want them to do because we haven't researched... And I can't put that one in anyway. Because we haven't researched Tier 4... Am I still me? No, I'm not still me. Because we haven't researched Tier 4 catalogues, so therefore I'm not allowed to... actually make any. I'm not allowed to program anything to be dependent on them. But this does mean that these belts won't actually flow. They'll just stop anything that tries to go through them. So we have been playing for 131 hours, 59 minutes, and 33 seconds. It says so up here at the top of the screen. But bear in mind there's 4 of us. So in a way, we've been playing for 528 hours. It is indeed an interface setting, but I haven't set it. To be honest, even if you're watching with ad block and you can't subscribe and so on, then I'm still glad you're here, Peter. I think having viewers is worth it because viewers leads to more viewers, even if they're not necessarily producing any direct input all by themselves. So I still appreciate you for being here. What's been a long stream? Yes, we've been streaming for 132 hours now. Now, granted, this time is going slightly slower than normal. As you'll notice, we're running at about 2/3 regular real-world speed, and that is because my computer can't cope with streaming and whatever else it's doing at the moment. It can't cope with everything it's trying to do. There we go. Now I'm actually in the middle.
See if it's Mike's fault.
That's true. We could actually. I mean, it was always me who suffered, but it would be entertaining to be able to blame Mike for it all. So far, so good. Right, so now, yes, we have... Okay, we're still short of these swirly datas. When the swirly datas are making these swirly machines here, but the swirly machines are short of... Oh, no, now the frame rate's starting to struggle. And probably in about 5 minutes, Marc's going to go out and demolish an enormous area of free power, and everything's going to go down the pan. So, I mean, I'm not complaining about him doing that because, you know, it needs doing, but it does tend to send my frame rate down the proverbial. So, are you guys completely happy? Yes, you do seem to be. I think I'm going to module these guys because, to be honest, well, why not? Essentially, stop making all that noise. Right, so I need to think about the module inserter, specifically for laser facilities. So let's see up here, module inserter, team laser facility. That's a slightly old reference, but never mind. Let's put tier 3 modules in it all the way through. This is going to now be absolutely nuts. We're going to go up to a bajillion times faster, and I'm going to go, why did I put so many in? But never mind, it'll still run better. No, the laser facility data is these ones, the negative pressure data. Why you make negative pressure data in a laser facility, I have no idea. But it is. It's these ones that are being produced, and those aren't backed up. These ones are backed up nicely. This is gravitational thermoderma data, which is coming from up here, from these grav facilities. And these are apparently... I was going to say they're really happy. They're not. They're 50% stopped. So yeah, we can double the amount of throughput from those. So that's not a problem yet, and I can come along. And I'm at the stage now where I'm prepared to just go through and whack things full of speed modules if it's not enough. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, these are backing. Yeah, they are backing up, but only because there's an insufficiency of the swirly data. However, they are also the negative pressure data is also brought down here onto this one to make into the swirly data. So we need more. Oh, actually, I see. It's backing up here. Yeah, that's a fair point. Actually, let's module the grav facilities as well. All right, I take back my my earlier comments. Also, I can't think when it's making all this noise. That's the wrong button. Module inserter. Then right. Let's look at a quieter part of the factory and then catch up with chat. Yes, they are indeed backing up. Why am I satellite dishes like Captain America's shield? Because it depends on what they're receiving. So basically it's the same sprite for all of the big radio telescopes. There's the microwave telescope and the radio telescope, and I think that might be it. And they look like, and they have stripes to look cool, basically. I'm sure there's blue on Captain America's shield as well, because, you know, flags. You just restarted a 650-hour game because you got tired of trying to find out where you screwed up signals. Blimey. Oh, that's true. Yes, the signal receiver is also uses the same sprite. You're quite right. But with a different colour. I mean, to be fair, I think making models and things of this sort of level of detail and so on is probably quite time consuming, which is why they've been reused as much as you realistically can. And in the previous version, in 0.5, the grav facilities, these things were recoloured versions of these as well. So he's gradually producing more and more and more graphics for it. So I'm not going to complain too much. However, I do need more of these things, and I also want to module them. So that's red scopes, which is that one. And purple scopes, which is that one, and I want both of these to have tier 3 speed modules. I don't seem to be getting speed modules through. Is there a problem? No, they're just being slow to be delivered. Okay, that's fine. I don't mind them being slow to be delivered, but I want to know if they're just simply not going to turn up. So let's here they all come now. In fact, right. So we'll do that, and I think I'm also going to extend this because I think I'm going to need more than just this many. So 1, 2. There's going to be a problem with those underground pipes, potentially. I'll check in a moment. That might be excessive, but, you know, I'd rather have too many than too few, and it's a lot easier to just put in too many and then than to try and think about the exact numbers we need. So, we'll, again, do the same along here with some scaffolding, and then I can come back later and get some more red telescopes in there. I think it's the scopes that are the problem at the moment, not the orreries, so we'll leave it there. Yes, the flooring is very borgy. Sorry?
It's probably worth a full conversation, sort of thing.
Yes.
Mark and I have been talking in text chat. So we're struggling on red circuits for secondary rocket, because that's
Right.
it's being fed by belt.
The one that comes that's so the one that comes up to do the memory cards.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
I think let's not faff around with that. Let's replace it with the train that comes up the space elevator.
Yeah.
It's whether we want a dedicated train for that or a
Yeah, I think so.
sushi one with all the rest of the stuff that's coming up here as well.
Oh, I was thinking. Oh, right. I think a sushi train that brings up all the stuff for this area. But not
Basically into that station.
Yes, exactly. That's what that station's
yeah.
was intended for.
I didn't even
Apart from
realize
being
the station
overcrowded
there.
around it.
Yeah, it is a bit crowded there, unfortunately. However, I also like to stop using barrels for all the stuff here. Now, at the moment, we don't seem to be using those barrels a great deal because we have lots and lots of heavy oil. But that's a temporary thing because we have all the heavy oil coming out of recycling. So,
but a couple of stations in there may be okay once the other stuff has been
maybe
ripped
actually,
out.
yeah.
I suggest we start with the non-barrel stuff first, because I think the liquids will last for some time.
There's quite a lot of barrels in there. The lube, I suggest we make the lube on site. So if we bring up heavy oil and
lube can be productivity module. So.
Oh, okay, all right. Let's bring the lube up then. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but we'll start with the fixed ingredients, the solid ones, and then figure the rest out.
Especially as there's 2.4 thousand ice, 2,000 petroleum gas barrels, 1,000 heavy oil barrels, and apparently 21 lube barrels for some reason. But so we have quite a lot of all of those. So let's not worry. Yeah, let's just not worry. Oh, it's because we're only requesting -10 lubes at a time.
It may be worth putting a machine in order to make lube, just as an overflow as part of the overflow for the heavy oil.
Well, the heavy oil shouldn't be coming out of there once we've switched over the recycling facilities to send the. Oh, yes, it should. No, because we're still going to have ores coming out. Yep, I'll take that back.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Okay, Tristan, will you set up on Novus, and I'll redesign here for the station, and I'll manually launch the rocket first.
Oh yeah, to empty it.
Are you turning off the request?
Yeah, the request. Yeah, I'm just
okay.
Looking
Right.
at that.
Well, I'll let you two get on with that then. I was going to start working on it because I've been playing with that area, but no, I'll carry on working with the Astro catalogs then.
I've just sent a second train full of copper off to Mike's area to make it his problem.
Are you just dumping it there, or have you piped it? Oh, no, you piped it in. Okay,
I've piped it in. Then. But
okay, you've not been so mean.
He's going to complain about how it's piped in, but never mind.
That's
definitely a him problem.
But it's only a temporary thing to get rid of all that excess copper, and it can be taken back out again. I know. There's nothing quite so permanent as a temporary solution and all that, but it is at least intended to be temporary. Yeah, recoloring rather than wasting time making graphics is definitely worthwhile. I suspect, given the amount of care and attention that's gone into these graphics, I suspect he quite likes playing with the graphics things. So I don't think he really minds. But yes, I do agree. Oh yes, I forgot this was broken. Right, this pump here should be pointing that way, and when I do that, suddenly we start to get frames through again. Oh, I've been hatted. I can almost reach a hat. It's a bit too warm for a hat, so I might take it off fairly soon. But still, never mind. Hat time. Yes, you can see it. You can see it on the webcam. That's right then. What was I saying? Yes, many of the space structures do look like carnival rides. That's I think it's the colours of them, because to be honest, they don't really. If you look at the shapes, well, maybe these ones are sort of one of those rides where you actually these ones really do. These are the things where you get in them and you stand up against the wall and it spins and you get pressed back and lifted up. But I think it's just the colour schemes, because I don't even know what this would be. These ones actually definitely, yes. You get in these, put your hands and feet in the corners of them. Where's my cam? There's my cam, and get spun around. So yeah, okay, I take it all back. They do look a lot like carnival rides. Yeah, they are indeed accurate for real world telescopes. Microwave telescopes have to be painted orange or they don't work properly. It is known. Yes, the floor does look like a Borg ship. It may well be inspired by that. I wouldn't like to say. There is a prettier space floor that you can use, but it's significantly more expensive. So we've not started using it yet. Although it's probably not going to be all that long until Mark starts using it, just because he seems to like to.
I think we haven't researched it, right?
I thought we had, but I'm not certain.
Oh.
Yes.
Then you shouldn't have told me.
Yeah, I shouldn't have. You're right. Yeah, so the scrap was completely backed up because there was too much copper. Because the copper ore was backed up, and the copper ore was backed up because there was too much copper, and this station was completely full. And Tristan solved that temporarily, at least, by sending all of the copper over to here to make it into Mike's problem. So we just dumped all of that out into this warehouse, which is not very full, but was being empty. It's being filled up gradually. So we've got this train rattling backwards and forwards, helping out with that problem. That is a temporary solution, as I was saying earlier. The more long-term solution is going to be just to send all of these ores back down to Norvis to be cooked up down there, because that's going to be much more efficient, because then we can cook them in better ways. Although that said, some of the stone maybe we should keep up here, because I'm pretty sure, yes, we do have a belt of stone on the on the space bus. It's being used for space science, so
we can happily
we could do
make
that.
priority things.
Indeed.
To take away.
Yeah. Yes, that'll be fine. Let me just make... Oh, no, I was going to say, let me make sure I've turned off... No, we've done the stone prioritization over here by saying this one should unload if stone is less than 100, and then more will be sent up if stone gets, presumably, even lower than that. I wonder where stone is on these. Because 100 doesn't seem like a... It's a 5,000.
Yeah, but that's included.
Oh, true. Yes. Okay. So if we're within a... Yes, good point. So if we're within 100 of needing to call for more, then we'll dump some of this through and it can go into here and we'll have 5,100. Yeah. Yeah.
in preference over...
Yeah. Yeah. I remember how we do basic things in Factorio. I haven't completely forgotten, I promise. Yes. Painting the satellite dishes orange it compensates wonderfully for blue shift as well. So... I guess that means you're compensating for redshift with the ones that are actually painted blue, like this one. Oh dear. Right. So is this is churning through nicely? Is it catching up? That's the important question. So yes, it's not. No, it's not. They're all pouring into here. Yes. Yeah. I changed my mind halfway through. So we are in fact using up all of these frames that are being made. They are just pouring through as fast as they possibly can. That means it must be about time to just add some more, to be honest, because I've been planning all the way from the start that I was going to have enough space for three belts worth of these things. If it turns out this is insufficient and we need a fourth, then there will be problems. But my original plan was to have 3 of them, and it turns out currently 2 is insufficient, so I'm quite glad I did. Now, it is notable that these belts are not quite full as they come out of here. But Celavi, what can you do? Why is this input prioritied? Because it's output prioritied here because I want to always have this belt on this belt being the one with the mostest. But I don't know why that's prioritied the other way. Let's fill this in a bit because I'm going to have another belt coming along here. Let's turn off this input priority. Not that it actually makes much difference, I don't think, but I feel like it's the right thing to do. So yes, we have actually there's 2 solid belts coming down here. Oh, the problem is here where we're going on to a single belt. Oh, actually no, we're caught up now. So let's also extend this one down. Oh, okay. Well, we'll do that and put that in there. We're also going to need to then have another belt coming all the way down here. So I'm going to start putting that one in now. So this goes along here. And then we need to... The problem is, I'm going to need to stop every so often to put in some underground belts, which is mildly fiddly, but never mind. Now it's got much easier. Oh, here we go. Here's the next one. Boop, boop. I'll think about exactly where I want to have refills for the other belt later. But the idea is that what's essentially the middle belt at this point should be the one that is always being kept full, because that's the one that everything else is unloading off. So we'll do that, but as we go along. Yeah, exactly, Jeremy. We're just going to send all of the ore down to Norvis to get rid of it. Not even a primary, secondary. We're just going to get rid of all of it, because we don't really want to have any ore processing up in space if we can possibly avoid it. I saw some blue belts getting damaged. So here we go. Norvis, there are some blue belts being damaged. What is
I'm placing them, not damaging them.
Maybe a rock landed there? Oh, maybe there were some damaged ones were put down? Oh, there is a delivery cannon firing core fragments there and doing damage to the entire area.
Oh, from where?
Yes, everywhere. I think you better put that delivery cannon back, to be honest. A delivery cannon chest back.
That has nothing to do with me.
Oh, where did it go then?
Oh, that's the old... I think I reprogrammed all the... I hope I did. Oh,
well, you didn't.
Well, that won't help. That will just fill up and then start getting damaged.
Well, yeah, but we can pass them out. Oh, no, we can't pass them out onto anything, can we? You're right.
Yeah, you can.
I don't actually even know where you're looking. Oh, over there. Right.
No, put it back.
I'm not sure whether that's in exactly the right place. Oh, yeah, there's a... Oh, yeah, good point. All right, yeah, that's not too horrendous. is there a blue chest anywhere that's requesting all of these core fragments that all the bots keep picking up?
There was a while ago.
Yeah. That's
there's a yellow chest. All right.
Okay, right. Let's. Okay, that went straight into it.
They are being brought back. That's what those ones coming from the left are.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Fair enough. All right, I'm sort of okay with that in a slightly weird way. Right, so that's going to now at least once these are fixed. Yeah, we seem to have a nice steady stream of delivery cannon capsules coming in from there. So wherever it is, it's somewhere that's quite active. But yeah, okay.
And something that wasn't active for quite some time, because last stream I removed that quite in the mid. So probably, Tristan, were you off planet doing something?
No, Snowdrop was working earlier, but...
And Snowdrop's not going to back up on cores, at least, or it hasn't.
There was somewhere I saw somewhere that was backing up on. Oh, no, it was Snowdrop.
Yeah, that was Snowdrop.
So, but... No, I understand. That's not why. I don't know. How full has that got before the bots have come along to deal with it? Oh, not very. That's all right then. You only get sort of 20 in a delivery cannon capsule. So anyway, that was a weird problem to find. But now that's sorted out, let's go back to trying to work out what on earth I was doing. Oh yes, I remember. I was building up this again. Right. So let's put in another quad buildomatron thing like this. Bump. And then this belt. Right. This belt goes under like that. This belt goes under. Oh, goodness sake. I'm going to have to put in a very, very small amount of scaffold there. Because this thing goes under there like that. And then this belt comes off from here, in fact. Like this, through all of it. Don't do that. Through all of this stuff. And then we'll come along here and join onto the back of this one. That underground does need to be there because there's a pylon. Now, in theory, these should all be replaced with pylon substations. But I'm not going to because I can't be bothered right now. Basically. So yes, that's going to bring the coal in along here. The oil's fine along here. The other resources across the top. Yeah, that looks like it should be great. And then we will have. Actually, I think this looks like it might be. I was going to say it looks like it might be sufficient. It's not. It's just because we're still building. Okay. And then hopefully we can get enough of these frames down here for this to all stop being so blooming silly. In the meantime. I think I'll put in some more of these because these are not shorter frames, despite everywhere else being, because they're right down at the bottom. So let's put in a couple more of that like that, and across there, and then this should help it catch up a little bit. Right, landfill disposal system. Yes, very good. No God, I approve. I'm not quite. I can't read those emojis from because they're too small. Oh yeah, the autoglaive energy on the energy beam is amazing. It's a bit slow, but it is amazing, and it's just so wonderfully destructive. Right, are we now good and happy and other sort of superlatives? I think we're just waiting for this thing to be built. So this is the time in the stream where I go back and have a look at the to-do list. Change ground light oil train to clear off at 60,000. Oh yes, I remember what that was about. Give me my Norvis finder. There we go. Has someone started a massive deconstruction?
Nope.
Okay, because my frames per second have just dropped to 17, and that's not very many frames per second. Oh, no, that's still...
You want me to drop it?
Yeah, I think better nudge it down and back again a tiny bit, thank you. Right, so over here, this should be 60,000, like that. And the logic here is this train is supposed to sit here and dump the oil across into the space train that turns up and then carries it away. So it turns up here, gets loaded up and goes off. Now the space train has a capacity of 60,000 because it has two space fluid wagons on it, and space fluid wagons have a capacity of 30, whereas ground fluid wagons have a capacity of 25. These numbers are different. So what I've done is I've set this train to go around when some of it's gone. I've set it to clear off, go get some more oil, and bring it back again. But previously I set it to 40,000. So the idea was, well, when you've loaded the space train, go off, pick some more up, and bring it back again. Now I've realised that actually no, it'd be better off if I tell it to leave when it doesn't have enough left in it to load a space train, provided it's been idle for 15 seconds. And that means it'll load up a space train, and as soon as it's not got enough, it'll go off and get some more. So whenever a space train arrives, there will always be enough in this train to load it up, and the space train will never have to wait half full for this to go around the loop and bring some more goop over. Why do our trains run 1-2-1-2? Because we initially started off with 1-2 trains. I'm trying to think if there are any of those left anywhere at all. Maybe in some of the weird nuclear areas. Yes, here we go. So we start off with 1-2 trains like this. And that seemed like a good size to start with. And then we thought, well, we were also going to want to be able to make them bigger than that. So the next logical step up is to make that and a 1-2 as well. Because a 1-2 and a 1-2-1-2 can fill up from the same stations without having any problems. That said, a 1-2 and a 1-4 would also be able to fill up from the same station. But a 1-2 and a 2-4 would not. So we could have gone for a 1-4. It would have slowed our trains down a bit, but we could have. But we decided to go for 1-2-1-2 so that the trains would always go at the same speed. That's the theory behind it, anyway. Yeah, you should never. Yeah, once you've got the glaive. Well, I suppose. I mean, the glaive beam is no better than artillery in that it only targets the nests. So you may still have to clear out a few biters, maybe. There was talk in the interstream miscellaneous chat of saying that these places where the ground rail and the space rail crossover is kind of horrible, and we don't like it very much. And I have to admit, I do kind of agree. It is somewhat horrible, and the idea of a traditional rail and a maglev rail crossing over like that seems a bit wrong. So the alternative is to have, for fluid stations, is to have little loop-out bits like this, where the space trains can go into it to fill up and then go back out to go into the elevator, and then have similarly along the side you have a streak of normal rail, and then an inny-outy loopy bits for the fluid trains to load up. That is certainly a possibility. It'll make this loop much, much, much longer, and some of the fluid trains are going to have to go quite a long way in order to fill up, but I don't think that's actually a problem. And it would probably look nicer and would keep the two sets of rails slightly more separate. So I suspect we probably are going to do that. It's not really a priority right now, even if that is horrifically ugly, but it is a thing I think we would quite like to do at some point.
I'm probably going to be building what's-name stations.
Fluid stations.
Shortly.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, let's do future fluid stations nicely.
Okay. No crossing of tracks.
Yeah. So basically, there's the front of the whatever the last fluid station is going to be. I think my design over here is pretty good, unless you feel it's lacking something and want to redesign it. So basically that idea, but neater. Yeah. But up there at the top is, yeah, I think it's going to be quite nice. It is going to be a perfectly acceptable way to do it. Form is sometimes a consideration for our base. Thank you very much, Peter. Sometimes we think about the aesthetics and how things look, which we're not complete heathens. Sometimes. Especially Mark. He keeps trying to put down pretty tiles on the ground everywhere to make things prettier. Oh, Kothar's it's just the walls on Kothar. I think we're probably okay with that. So yeah, Nogard is suggesting that the glaive beam might also target individual biters. You might be right. I didn't think it did, but I have been known to be wrong on occasion. I think
it does. It's just everything else is priority.
Okay, that makes sense. Aesthetics come and go. It depends on my mood. Sometimes I like things to be pretty. Oh yes, and the next thing on my... Press the N button the right number of times, Laurence. There we go. Next thing on my list was to get rid of some of these warehouses up here, because 4 warehouses for unloading a small amount of... I was about to call it space junk, and that was I mean, yes, but also no, that already means something. Is excessive. So I'm going to come along here. I'm going to get rid of that and that and that. Pick things up faster. Ugh. Do you think the amount of time it takes to... in fact, no, let me rephrase that in a more positive, in a more sure way. Presumably, the amount of time it takes to pick up an item off the floor... no, sorry, not pick up an item, but to demolish a building is proportional to the frames per second you're getting. So if you're running at half speed, it takes twice as long to mine up a building.
Yeah, presumably.
I'm going to leave that one in place, just in case at some point in the future I need to go up to 15 items on the main bus here. I don't think I will, but you know, just in case.
Mike has set steel plates going to the station rather than steel ingots. Actually, we still have copper plates. Oh, copper's coming out of a smeltery directly.
Is this down to the down here? What?
Off from the elevator.
I see this. I see the copper ingots coming over here. Oh yes, steel plates. Yes. You said something about still having copper. Oh, you mean copper hadn't been... copper hasn't been brought down off the bus. Right. Okay. Yep. I see. I understand.
It's not come off the bus. It's come off elsewhere.
I understand. That thing with the iron plates is annoying. We could put down another belt for steel ingots. I meant steel before when I said iron. And tell Mike he's a noob and tell him to fix it when he comes back. That's probably the easiest way to fix it. And I would totally understand if you decided that was a good one.
I may do something like that. I am about to break iron to the bus for an amount of time.
I'm probably okay with that, especially if it's a short amount of time.
Ingots. We'll see what amount of time it is.
Yeah, that was my thinking, Madman. Well, my thinking was that it was only really good for killing the nests and the worms as well. Don't forget the worms. But yeah, I hadn't really thought about its targeting speed as being a reason for that. Because biters do stand still quite a lot. Although if you zap them, then they do tend to start moving. So, yes. Right, remove excess warehouse. Tick. Fix oil unloading train for astroscience. Tick. Deal with scrap. Other people are doing that. Hurrah. Do you want me to join in with that? Or actually, no. I'll have another look at the Astro 3 catalogues now. We've given that some time to catch up a bit. Oh, I forgot about that. Right. Okay. Let's go and fix that because that is a stupid oversight on my part. Scrap seems to have backed up on here. I'll have a look at that. Why that is in a minute. Is that a me or...
Scrap was seriously backed up for a while.
Right, so I've got broken data cards on this belt up here because I'm a dumbass. And no, you can't quote me on that. So, let's get rid of that, and that, and that, and that. Put another one of these here, and you are to take... No, not compact beacons, that would be silly. You are to take broken data cards out to the right. And then we're going to do that, and that. And then everything is hunky-dory again, but we're filtering out junk data cards and broken data cards from here. So that's going to solve that problem. Except that if I follow this belt up here, you can see there's quite a lot of them on the belt scattered around in a sort of a somewhat random distribution. So I'll come over here, and that's why this isn't working, basically. So I'll grab a few of these as they come by. Dump stuff from my inventory to get rid of it all, because that seems like a good idea. Stuff is getting destroyed on Talos. That's me. Ah! I spent a moment trying to remember which T planet was which. Oh, okay. The bots seem to, Taros and Talos is very unhelpful. The bots seem to be dealing with it, which is nice. What was it? What was even destroyed? Oh, it was a bot that was destroyed. That's why okay. Yeah. So the bots were going out to repair the walls, but yeah, one of them got taken out. Okay, it's not ideal, but it's not the end of the world. Right. Next thing I want to look at is as we're saying, the scrap. Yes. Okay. So scrap is as you say, very, very backed up. Is that because we aren't processing it fast enough? And we've got. Oh, I see the problem. We've got 2 belts of scrap flowing into the recycling facilities, and we've got three belts of scrap flowing into the area just before them. So it's struggling a bit. What's that? Oh, it's a barrel of contaminated cosmic water. Okay, that's fine. That's allowed.
Has anyone looked at the smelting crafting stuff from advanced assembling machines? Stuff like turning a copper ore or enriched copper into copper cable, or iron sticks, or beams, or gear wheels.
Yeah, good call.
Short answer is no, I haven't looked into it at all. But
I don't know how the resource conversion compares.
I think it's probably not a thing we want to do. Actually, it could be useful out on exoplanets if you can't bother to set up much of a smelting array. Just turn it straight into cables. Do you say ore into cable?
Yes.
Interesting.
Or rods, or beams, or gears.
Okay, does sound quite interesting. Oh, I see. That's being slow because I was lazy about putting it in. Right, let's go and be less lazy and prioritize my stuff a bit more. Why is that? Okay. Yeah, I just tried to sideload the belt, and now I've got too much stuff coming up here, so it's not working. And also, there's too much stuff coming over. Mike is producing too much junk as well, so that's between them. That is causing issues up here. So what I'm going to do is put in a single square of Ujin Watts there, which you can't see because of my smoke trail. I put that there, and then that there. And now we are prioritizing the output from the astroscience slightly more highly, in that it's going out. 50% of the of this belt will now be filled up with the junk coming from here, and the other 50% will be Mike's scrap. And Mike is producing a lot of scrap. He's not even here, and he's still clogging up our systems. It is indeed a ridiculous quantity of junk coming out. I thought that it more or less stopped flowing out like this because Mike had filled up all his buffers, but apparently not. Maybe a train's gone and taken away an enormous quantity of material packs, and so now, I mean, these aren't that full. There's only if we look up here, there's 1.5 belts roughly. And then there's not much. There's a swirly thing happening here. Goodness knows what's going on with that. Yeah, and another swirly thing. Why is Mike putting loads of swirly things? So yeah, if we look over here, the actual amount of scrap he's outputting is only about 2 belts at the moment. The problem is there's just such a backlog, and there's no belt side balancing going on over here, so it's just ending up as a bit of a mess. However, on the plus side, if he's not side balancing these belts, that means there's going to be more room down here. Blimmin' heck, this is a long belt. More room down here eventually, and we're just going to be able to pour these out a bit quicker. So, okay, maybe. The next part of that question is, are we getting rid of this stuff faster than we're generating it? I suspect the answer might be no, but I'd like to check. So if we look down here right at the bottom, actually, that does seem to be getting shorter. Yes, we are 50% of a belt plus whatever slowdown happens further on down it, which is probably less than 50% of a belt, is actually sufficient to get rid of all of the scrap from the at least so far from the Astro facility. So that's not too bad. Okay, right. Zucker said, or Johan, whichever I'm calling him today, says using the advanced assemblers to make Immersite intermediate products is quite useful. And gets you more product per raw material. So that's interesting, worth knowing. Yeah, we can't tell for sure until we've cleaned out Mike's backup. That's very true. Yeah, the swirly things they're meant to be balancers, but Mike just went a bit off the reservation, off the I don't know what, a bit off the rails, should we say, and made a sort of a weird swirly conglomeration of sadness that is the title of his new band. No, is supposedly at least getting rid of all of his scrap, but I don't know. Something weird went on in Mike's diseased mind, and I'm not here to pick up the pieces. That's all I can. That's all I can really say. I will note that swirly data, on the other hand, is now backing up nicely, as is negative pressure data. Is that because but that's just because we're really, really short of the other ones now. We don't have remotely enough of the. And we've got. I take that back. We do have enough of the red data coming through, in that we haven't completely used them all up yet. All of the machines are running, but we're still a bit shorter than I'd like to be. I'm also going to put a bit more belt on the end. Yeah. If I put. How's the best way to get... Right, so this inserter can grab anything on this piece of belt. So in theory, that should be able to grab these two swirly datas. It's got sufficient swirly datas at the moment, so it's not grabbing anything. So... Can I... I'm not sure. I feel like I could just extend this belt out this way a bit to pull the swirly datas out. In fact, to pull the broken data cards out, but I don't think they'll all end up making their way through. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think they are meant to be balancers. I just think they got a bit mic'd. They're 5-to-3 balancers. So you've got 6-to-3, 5-to-3 plus then a weird feed in from the side here. 5-to-3 balancers that are taking in the two belts that are coming across here from this stage of his science, and the 3 that are coming down from further north, and then just blip, and then spitting out 3 belts at the bottom. So I think they are meant to be balancers. And then there's a weird thing in the bottom here, which is intended to put to make sure the middle belt is prioritized and only scrap, normal clean scrap. Because at the other end we have a system that prefers it to be only clean scrap. So yes, it's all a bit weird and a bit gross. That's your idea of perfection, is it, Madman? Okay, well, fine. You can like that as much as you like. Whatever. if you think that looks like perfection to you, then sure. You do you. Oh dear. How is my to-do list going? Fix broken data cards. I've talked about that. Sort of happening. Fix Astro 3 catalogues not being fed into train properly. Done that. Snowdrop backed up with core fragments due to iron. Tristan's done that. And I imagine he's probably done the bottom machines on Snowdrop as well, because that would have been an obvious thing to do at the same time, so he probably has.
Only one of them, because the other ones were Immersite, which is irrelevant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a bit more serious then. No. I was going to say that stopped running, but it's because the belts aren't finished, because I didn't have time, because there was... didn't have the appropriate base scaffolding in the appropriate places, so we can finish that off as well. Now, I notice these have now stopped, which is quite nice. Is that because we've run out of something else, like memory cards? Yes, it is. We've run out of memory cards, and presumably we've run out of memory cards because of the rebuilding you're doing at the moment. To oh no, everything seems to be here. These machines are running. It's just that you get through crazy amounts of memory cards, I guess, especially when you just put in a new type of science catalogue. There are a lot of... Oh, did you dump in another... you dumped in a rocket that was full of red circuits and substrates, I take it.
Yes,
just to get rid of the last one. Okay, that's fair enough. That's actually probably a good thing, because it'll keep the system running while you're faffing around with getting it better trained.
Yep, and I'm currently, if you look in the sandbox, the first one, redesigning memory card setup.
I don't think you're doing it in the Force one.
I am.
Is it over here? Oh, there's a thing over here. Oh, yes, I see it. I think. This bit, presumably. Hey, I can ping it.
Yeah,
awesome.
Exactly.
Okay, cool. Is it... Doesn't look that different. Oh, you're beaconing it properly. Beaconing it up.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It means it'll go faster. And it was limited by resources rather than speed before, but making it more compact is certainly not a bad idea. No, not that button. That button. Where am I? Oh, I have apparently drifted off. That's not good. I drifted. I left myself standing on a belt and I drifted off into space, and I more or less ended up on a railway line. not a good plan.
Disappointing.
Slightly, in a way, I'm also slightly disappointed, just because it's been a lot of a what. Warehouse with loaders would be better. Oh, right, yeah, for balancing. Yes, you're probably right. It would certainly be simpler and less of a mind screw to look at it and just go, what on earth has that Mike been doing there? Glug. Right. Insert of junk data cards on the one line. Adding. Ooh, if I down wherever it is, down here somewhere. Here. Yeah, so I could. Yeah, right. In fact, now it's ready for me to add another piece of belt in because this one is just junk data, broken data cards. So I'll shift it along a little bit, and eventually we'll hopefully manage to shuffle them all through, or maybe I'll just get. I don't know. Maybe I'll just go down there and clear them out. Or actually, you know what I'll actually do. Let's do this properly rather than half-assing around repeatedly. Let's come down here like this. That's tier 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's tier 2 and tier 3. Don't overshoot. Right. So let's come along to here and pick up that and put in that there and say I would like the broken data cards to come out on the left, please. Thank you. And then, to be honest, do I not have any small chests? Boob joke goes here. I've got a warehouse. Feels like overkill and also doesn't fit. The number of these there probably are. I think I'll just do that. I think that's going to be enough space to put them all onto, and then I can come back and pick them up later. Right. You finished space exploration and moved on to C block. Well, good luck with that. I've played a very small amount of C block. Tristan has played more C block than I have. I don't think he played an enormous amount of it, but he's certainly played, as I say, more than I did. And I think he gave up with it because it required too much grind, and I don't play Factorio for grind. If I wanted to grind, I'd play Minecraft. But no, good. It's more serious. Seriously though, good luck with it. I hope it goes well and you do have fun. Just because we weren't great fans doesn't mean it's bad necessarily. I did play through Angel Bobs, which I believe C block is based on, and I completed that, and that was good fun. So yeah, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Right. So how much? My next question is how many Astro tier 3s are there in this? Are there in the warehouse now? And we've got up to 176 of them, and that's not enough. So I need to make more of these machines basically. The red cards seem to be just hanging on by the skin of their toenails, and the limiting factor is actually these seem to be quite well balanced. These telescopes and these 3 orreries seem to be running at about the same rate. It's just that rate is insufficient because when you make one of these, it takes 6 of the radio wave observation frames and a blank data card, of course, and you only a 60% chance of it actually working. So actually, it takes more like 10. Or about 10 blank radio wave observation frames to produce one of those. And those radio wave observation frames take 4 seconds to be produced. These machines are running at 2.5 times speed, so it actually takes 1.5 seconds to produce each one. But that means that means it takes about 6 or 7 seconds to make each one of these. And apparently that's insufficient. That feels like about the right estimate. But that does seem, as I say, seems to be insufficient. Although that said, is it insufficient because half of them are going off up here, and once this backs up properly, then it'll be absolutely fine? I don't know. I don't know whether this is backing up well or not. Maybe I should have put them all in the train, like Marc said. Yeah, maybe instead of C block, you should give Pionodons a go. Just something a little bit different. Marc will tell you how much fun Pionodons is, of course.
Yeah. Quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, and it looks like it reminds me of Angel Bobs in that it is ludicrously complicated and time consuming, and there is so much of it. But it's not. But I imagine and presumably there are some recipes that are a bit sort of where you look at it and you go, "What on earth is this trying to do?" But basically, it's not too overwhelming.
And it's a new one. high because, with my hours in the game, I've played a lot of different mods, and that really feels different.
Oh, it's actually got a different feel as well, right? It's not
Yeah.
just sort of... Yeah, because I've noticed a lot of Factorio, modded or unmodded, is you sort of go in and you go, well, I'll here are the ingredients we need to put in. Here are the outputs that come out the other side. Fine, you need to use this machine, and you just follow the recipe chains through. Now, sometimes you get mods that do something a bit different. So the most obvious one is to produce byproducts, like Angel Bob's, especially Angel Petrochem, is infamous for the byproducts, and that obviously makes it harder. Or you have things where you need to loop things get looped around a bit, like with the iridium processing in this one. Or you get things like the arcospheres, which just are a rule unto themselves. So you get, there are different things you can do, but yeah, coming up with something that feels different is I think quite an achievement for a mod. So it's nice to know that Pioneers has done that. In fact, actually I remember when I was looking at it making the last video, I noticed there was with all of these sort of the biological stuff where you have to produce some creatures that then go off and do their breeding together. Yeah, I can sort of imagine what you mean. That sort of is different. Good. Well, I'm enjoying playing it vicariously. So that's about 50% more. Let's put in more than 50% more here because I'm going to be expanding the other bit as well. There we go. And I think I'll expand this one as well. It's not strictly necessary because these are keeping up, but I want to produce them a bit quicker than that, I think. Down here, these ones are absolutely fine, as we've seen. It's notable. All these are still running though. We're still filling up their output buffers, so that they're not caught up as you'd think. And then along here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 40% still running. Okay, maybe that was a bit overkill. But I do want to increase the number of these research servers we've got running, because the tier 2s take 20 seconds to make, and the tier 3s take 30 seconds to make. So in theory, I should have 50% more of them. I don't, but in theory, I should.
Is ice being cannoned up to recycling area?
I think so, because I don't think it's being put into the rocket, so I think it must be.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where on the bus it was, and it's not.
And
that's for water anyway. So
it's to be turned into water. Yeah, so
it's a fluid essentially.
Yeah. We might as well just bring up water. That's fine. Seems
okay,
fine.
I have one too many belts then. That's fine.
Better than one too
I just need to
few.
figure out how to get power packs and rough data storage substrates over here.
The hard part, I think, is going to be fitting N unloading stations in here, where I think N might be 4, might be 3. 4, yeah, probably 4, because we've got light
for the fluids.
Yeah, for the fluids.
Flexible train.
Flexible fluid train.
Yeah.
You make me sad.
That's
It'll be challenging, but
I designed a new system and forgot about the outputs.
Is that the this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't look.
Don't look, he says, pinging it. No. That is tightly made. Highly strung.
Yeah. It should produce one space belt full of memory cards.
that should be enough.
Yeah. For now.
But only for now.
Tempted to do a Marc belt for the storage substrates.
What, all the way along the entire bus length?
Yep.
Jeez. I'm trying to remember. So how many input belts so I built this around one input belt of substrate, and that leads to, I can't remember what fraction of an output belt of memory cards. Yeah, which is... Oh, we've run out of red circuits up here again. So, right, this is all going to go dead until we get some more, until the next process is finished. But never mind. There are quite a lot of well, there are some memory cards on the recycling belt, I imagine, that are coming through, ready to be reformatted. And there's no good ones actually. There's just junk ones, but they can be reformatted, so that's okay. Ah, we're doing well with Mike's junk, if you'll pardon the expression. In fact, we've now emptied Mike's junk from his actual science area. The belts are still pretty full where they actually come into the recycling area, though. We've got, yeah, they are still actually they're not pretty full. They're still actually full, but you know, it's a step in the right direction. Shows we're making progress. The copper hasn't overflowed again yet. Right, this all seems to be going fairly well. I'm trying to decide what the next thing I should work on will be. Other than sort of just tweaking and playing with this.
I just had a look at the price of purple underground belts. Each underground belt costs
40 belts,
a green
and
one,
two green
belts.
Green
ones, and 40.
Presumably that's because that's how many it goes under, or something like that.
And each purple one belt costs 4 heavy bearings.
Right. I mean, it's because that's what it costs. That's the belt. So presumably it goes under 40 squares. So,
presumably.
But yeah, when you only use it for a little bit because for a short underground because you want it to go fast, that feels extremely wasteful.
No, I've not used it for that. I've used it for here going the crazy distance.
Oh, yeah, that is indeed a crazy distance. That's a hell of an underground belt. I wonder what the deep space science ones can do. The deep space belts, sorry, can do.
Probably not that much.
The deep space belts, I don't know. I thought they were just sort of, they were just generally superlative. Let's find out. Underground. So that one is max length 40. These are max. Oh no, max length 17. I take it back. They are, and deep space belts are the same speed as purple belts. So that's interesting.
Okay.
Yep. Plyanodons is certainly crazy and I think thinky. Yeah, certainly convoluted-y. Taxable train. I don't remember what I said that sounded like taxable train. Yes, you're spot on, Nogard, with 17. Well done. Oh, what was I doing? Oh, yes, I remember what I was doing. Over here, we are not over here. Control the map, your map, Laurence. Right. Over here, yes, this bit. We are not making remotely enough plasma in order to make these science packs at the rate we would like to become accustomed to. So I'm going to extend that a bit. We noticed this just after the end of the last stream, so we weren't able to do anything because it was too late. But also, there's not going to be enough Roboport for that. Let's put one in construction mode. Why aren't you in construction mode? Oh, I know why. Let's put a little bit more of this in here, and then I'll tuck one in instead of a computer across that top bit. Right, so yes, we need to massively expand the number of plasma fires along here, and I also want to expand the number of these machines because to 2. I think 2 is going to be plenty, and I probably could just do it with speed modules, but it feels nicer to do it with just straight up machines sometimes. So we'll do that. Don't even bother trying with any of this bit because you know you won't be able to, silly bots. If I do that, okay. No, don't do that. How does that? Oh, I don't know. I don't want to know. The bots can just come out and try and place it, and then realise they can't. I don't care. I'm not pampering them anymore. Yes, like that. It's fine, silly bots. Yeah. So we can then put in another one of these on top of here. The plumbing. The plumbing's not going to be too hard. I am going to need to run an additional belt up to bring the belts. A belt of belts, but that's fine. We can do that. Why are the bots prioritising the bit that can't be built over the bit that can be built? Silly bots. Okay, so up here now I want to put in a Roboport in here like this and this, and once it gets placed, I'll flick it over to construction mode, and hopefully it'll have the range. If not, I shall be slightly sad. And then put in some more of these along here, so we'll get a bit more plasma being plased, and then I can carry on up here as well once the Roboport starts working. I see there is oh, this is probably why my frame rate was bad earlier. What? Hang on a minute. What's going on down? Oh, this is a massive. There's a massive deconstruction going on down here. There's also a massive construction going on up here. So between them, it looks like the bots are doing. It looks like the bots are bringing things from down here to up here, but that's not the case. It's just two big jobs happening at the same time.
But it just started that like 10 seconds ago.
Okay, yeah, no, it's just I zoomed out and saw a bot frenzy going on, and whenever I see a bot frenzy going on, I like to try and work out why there is a bot frenzy. This looks like the bots are being passed down through the well, it did look like the bots were being passed down through the bus system, which obviously they're not, but it kind of looked like it. So we're getting all this stuff like the copper and all kinds of miscellanea dropped off in here, and it's then rattling down through here to be put into this warehouse, which is going to then be passed off this way. Other stuff was coming down, making its way down here. I think that was probably belts. Oh, and maybe solar panels as well. Anything else that's being brought up from down there. And this is the wonder of this system. Because the bots will drop all of the miscellaneous crap they pick up into here, it will then just get passed down through all of the warehouses until it gets to the place where it belongs, and then potentially passed out onto the belt. Or if not, it'll end up down here in a warehouse of shame, and we can go around every so often and tidy it up. And why are there empty barrels in there? 940 of them, in fact. What? Okay. Anyway.
The bottom one had some as well.
Yeah, I should probably go back and deal with that at some point. So, put that into construction mode. Are you now linked up? Yes, you are. Excellent. So now the bots will actually come out and try and build this bit for me. So while they're doing that, I'm going to go over and take some shame out of the warehouses. I'm pretty sure it's not my shame, but it might be my shame. But I don't remember barreling everything. Oh, there's probably some Astro cards in there, yes. But the 940 barrels, I don't feel like I want to take responsibility for that. Although I have to admit I'm not certain. But yeah, I feel like it's a good thing to come over here and look for shame every so often. So this seems to be all storage so far. There's some splitters, some belts, splitters, some inserters. This is all fine. Ridiculous quantities of train nonsense. Right, okay, this is all useful stuff. Over here, on the other hand, we have an impossible number of barrels. Where are we sending scrap out? Not you. Is there anything along here that is sending? Yes, this one is sending scrap. Okay, so I can put in a splitter and a. Well, there's an infinite. The
powered things can be removed because they shouldn't be up. They won't be up there anymore.
Powered things.
The powered battery.
Oh, powered battery. Oh, I see what you mean. Gotcha. Okay, I'll do that in a moment. For now, I need a steel chest. So I can put it there like that, and then and then have an unloader here like that, and then I can just fill this up with barrels like that, and it'll be a barrel of laughs. Yes, it will. More barrels?
Tristan?
Hello.
The new station is called Miscellaneous Misc Station Drop, and also the radio signal. What's the signal transmitter is called Misc.
Oh, what? It's not just using the old one.
No, because that was recycling something, and that's not the main.
Norbit recycling.
Yeah.
Norbit Misc Station.
Yep.
Misc Station. Okay. So now let's have another look through here while we're waiting. So all this is is stuff for building. Okay, there's a small amount. We have 213 space platform scaffoldings. So I suppose Marc could use those if he really wants, as long as he doesn't make any more. This is all stuff to be placed. Stuff to be placed. Stuff to be placed. I mean, a lot of this is stuff that I can't imagine us ever actually placing, but it is in theory in the right place. Like we've got 100 electric boilers in this in this warehouse, for example. Quite a lot of beacons. We've got a couple of the old advanced labs. Got a load of telescopes in here. But again, none of this is wrong because these are all things that can then be potentially put down by the bots. There's some holmium plate, so I'll take that. Our tritium supply has gone into here because we didn't know what else to do with it. Because we haven't got anything that uses tritium yet. There's a battery pack charging station. There's a lot of those, but those are buildings that we can build. Oh, some blank observation frames. I should take those. There's a load of green wire and red wire, because of course there is, because the bots are stupid, or the game is a bit broken. Some heavy bearings, I'll take those as well. Let's get rid of some of these barrels. There we go. Space rail, that's fine. Space wagon. Oh, steel beams. multispectral mirrors, heavy girders. Got some cargo pods. What the hell? I mean, that's probably because a rocket crashed and they got picked up. I don't have anything to do with anything I can realistically do with those, so I'm going to leave them where they are. Yeah, I think that's everything that shouldn't be in there out of there. Over here, there's still a lot of barrels, so we'll put the barrels onto here again. Oh, and the broken data cards can go in there as well, actually, because those will be just dumped out onto the into the recycling system. That's fine. Coal can't be, though. I shouldn't get dump that in there. And still more barrels. Why are there so many barrels? Right, and from the top. I've got a load of polished data storage substrates. What the hell? Oh, yeah, that's because Marc was ripping stuff up.
Yeah, I'll request them here.
Oh, okay, I'll put them back in then. Various pipes, solar panels, repair packs. That's all fine. That's all good. Those are my fault, so I'll take them. So are those, so are those, and those, and those, and those. Well, the barrels aren't my fault, but I'm taking them anyway. Right, I have removed all of the shame. We are now shameless.
Woo.
However, I suspect I've probably clogged up the barrel recycling. Oh no, actually no, still take it back. It's still flowing happily. There's a lot of barrels flowing in, but the I don't even know where they're going at the moment. Where did we recycle barrels? Oh, it must have been after here.
Here.
Ah, yes, here we go. Barrel recycling. So there's a lot of them flowing in, but there's also a lot of buffer available here, and the system is dealing with them faster than they're coming in anyway. And we can probably get rid of most of that because we're going to be stopping using barrels very soon. So I'm not saying we should get rid of it completely, but we can probably get rid of this extra spur over there. Actually, yes, we could probably get rid of this extra spur over to the side here that you pointed to, because there's the ones on the inside over here. And that's probably going to be able to deal with a small handful of barrels that are being made by things like Mike getting rid of his contaminated cosmic water by putting it in a barrel and chucking it on the disposal belt, which feels so wrong, but is actually a perfectly sensible way to do it. So I'm not actually complaining. I'm just going, that looks ridiculous. No. I was going to say, since most of the things that come up in the extra that are going to be coming up in the new train are for the memory cards, should we move the station that drops them off down to the bottom and pass them back up again, because that might be easier. But actually it won't be, because no, we would still need the train to be going up there for the sulfur and the iron ingots. And actually for the and the batteries are being brought up this way as well. And also the copper ingots are needed for the thermofluid as well. So nope, that is not the case. Right, let's take another look at the Astro Catalog 3, see how they're getting on. What are they short of? They are now once again very short of the red memory cards, or at least that is the limiting factor, as limity as the factors get. 4 of the machines are running. These are all chugging away nicely. Oh yes, they are all actually they actually all are running. I can see them animating. We don't seem to be. I don't know if we're actually. Oh, these are broken because these have got through. Let's make that a little bit longer. So now probably that's all the ones that were along here. So we are nearly. Let's only put one in. We're probably nearly cleaned up in this area. I can go over and sort that back out again. Get that actually running nicely. But all these machines, I think. Oh no, they're not running. It's just there's a supply of these here because these two have stopped completely. That's why. So we are slightly short of the red data cards because this machine isn't running. How do you prevent backups? That sort of stuff. We don't really prevent backups specifically. To be honest, the sorting system is not designed to cope with somebody dumping a bazillion copper into it. It will probably cope with a certain amount going in, because if we look in this warehouse, there's a reasonable amount of headroom in here, so you can dump a lot of stuff in here before you start to have actual problems. But yes, in theory, it could be problematic if we dumped a load of stuff in here. If we dumped an enormous amount of copper into here, then the system could break. There isn't any protection against that, but there is quite a bit of headroom, so it probably won't get excessive. We have had a few places where we've had to tweak things. For example, this one here with the low density structures. Because low density structures are not very dense, funny that, they were filling up this warehouse rather too much. As you can see, there's not a huge amount of space in here, and when the low density structures are at maximum, they were capable of filling it up, so we've broken those out to be stored over here. Same with rocket fuel on the other side. I think it's rather unfortunate that both of these happen to end up in the same warehouse, to be honest, because again, rocket fuel not very dense, only 10 to a stack. So we haven't really got a way of preventing problems from happening, but we do have a known solution that we've used before to get round it if it does happen, which is sort of a way of doing that sort of thing. Yeah, so it'll gradually get used up. Oh, I remember I was doing a thing up here. Yes, I was. So up here, I want to extend this by about that much. It's overlap, just it's easier, and it won't fit anyway. There we go. So that's going to be about twice as much plasma being made. And then down here, we want to extend this. It's mildly annoying, but never mind, I can deal with that. By putting that here. Are those fluids going to have problems? Yes, they are. But I'll put that there, and then I'll rotate this like that, and then the fluids, hang on, like that. Then the fluids won't be a problem.
So Tristan, how far along are you with the train?
Just about ready to actually build the train, I think.
Okay, cool.
How far are you along with the train, are you? I'm about to start the train. Oh, good.
I need to set the circuit conditions and figure out why this belt is empty. Which may be just that the bots haven't finished building it yet. I can't remember what it's supposed to be.
Bots can be quite lazy, I've noticed. We can? Awesome, they say. Thank you for the permission. Oh, I'm going to need more power on this side as well. Like that. And on this side, probably like that. There we go. Did that link to anything? No. Ah, fiddlesticks. Put that there. There we go. Exactly, Arc Raven. I did fairly carefully phrase the, yes, low density structures are not, well, very dense, because, you know, it's a clues in the name. And yes, the don't break it method is a good method in this sort of thing. It sometimes works as long as nobody comes along and breaks it. And so far, so reasonably good. I can't imagine our game being lazy. It's mostly just the bots, and I think it's because of the way the game scans for stuff for the bots to do that sometimes it seems to take rather a long time for it to pick something up if you're sort of staring at it and being impatient. I am occasionally guilty of being impatient, I have to admit. Okay, so this is going to double the... In theory, this is going to potentially double the throughput. The problem is this is running slower than half... Whatever. It's running slower than I want it to. It's running out of plasma, and even though I put in more plasmatrons all the way up here, apparently they haven't got to the point where we've got sufficient plasma yet. So, yeah. Is it just these are really, really slow, and I need to speed module them and say because I mean we've got all of the power in the universe, so we don't really care about power. Even this pipe isn't full, and it's not being drained anywhere. What the hell?
Are you transmitting the signal, Mark? Because I'm not getting one.
Oh
yes, I am. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh no, I disabled the.
Okay. Now there are negative.
There we go. Now it's linked in there. Yes, that's been placed now. So yes, I can put the underground pipe in there and link that one across. And oh, thank you for the subscription, Levin. Much appreciated. 13 months, I approve of. Yeah, having meetings scheduled during a stream is just really unhelpful. I mean, have you tried just rejecting any meetings that happen? Oh no, put the streams in your calendar as busy, and then nobody will be able to invite you to a meeting when they're happening. That's a perfect plan with absolutely no downsides, I'm sure. So yes, I have boosted the quantity of plasma being plased over here, and it's still woefully insufficient. Now, is that due to a lack of... No, there's plenty of chemical gel. All these machines are plasing as hard as they can plas. They're just not making enough of it, because is it a fairly slow recipe? It is. It's a 30-second crafting time. That's ridiculous. Right, I'm just going to speed module these. I don't care. They're not particle accelerators. They're not that bad for power. So this isn't like me. I'm just going through and I'm chucking speed modules in absolutely everything. And normally I'm a sort of well, I'll just put some more machines in. It'll be fine. But no, but apparently today I'm just putting speed modules in absolutely everything to make them run a bit faster. So there we go. Interestingly, I noticed these machines are they're not struggling, but there's quite a lot of them are actually in working at the moment.
People have been being rude and not rebuilding the trains when they've used them.
Rebuilding the train? Oh, right, yeah, that's sort of rebuilding the trains when they've used them. Yes, I have a feeling I complained about that last week. Someone having not done that somewhere. I think it might have been on the ground though.
Blame Mike.
Yeah, I think so. It seems likely. Because I certainly did the ones I did last week. I definitely rebuilt because I was annoyed enough by them being missing that I made absolutely sure of it. Right, there we go. Now we're cooking with plasma. We're still not cooking with plasma. We still have not filled these pipes up. Jeez. Nope. Only. That is horrendous. Why is this so? Why is plasma so difficult? And why haven't these machines been upgraded yet? Why am I could put in a module, a beacon here to make them even faster, I suppose. The fact that these machines are full of speed modules seems a little bit unnecessary. Although I suppose it would take a minute to produce one of these three of these science packs otherwise. But that does seem to be a lot better. Let's have a look in the production graph at the production science and see how productive it's productifying. So over the last hour, yeah, that's a bit of an improvement. It's gone from about 30 to about 103 per minute. So I think we're probably okay. I think we're probably going to be all right with that level of boost there. You notice the mass. Oh no, that's not. Hang on. What's that? That's copper cable. Why are there these weird wild spikes in the copper cable consumption? I wonder what's causing that. It's spiking from a normal base level of. Maybe, but it's spiking from about 1,500 to 56,000 for about 3 minutes at a time. Oh, so that's each time a train comes in, boom! It goes. The machine runs like absolute madness for 3 minutes and then stop. This I have to see. I know where it is. I know what you mean. Actually, I remember looking at it before. But yeah, we've got this system here where there's presumably it'll be these things, won't it? Yes. So when are we due for our next copper cable ridiculousness? Last hour. Oh, we've just had one, and they seem to happen every half hour, between 10 minutes and half hourly. So yeah, okay. It's not something I can come down here and watch, but it was in one of the catch-up videos. It was absolutely crazy. Yeah, power is free in space because of solar. Power is free on the ground because of the space elevator. You're all exactly right. I think that is exactly what we're going to end up doing. We're going to start making the space elevator once we have supplies of all of the exotic metals being brought to Norbit. We can then start bringing them all down in the space elevator, and then we can start building space elevator cable on the ground, feeding it into the elevator down here to keep it happy, and then also sending it back up in a train and sending it off into spaceships to all of the other planets. However, we don't have quite that level of everything yet, so it's going to be watch this space, this thing to come. Right, so notably we have dispatched the science train, so it's taken the science packs off to go and be made into compact beacons and whatnot, and these are flowing in at a decent rate now, as we saw, and this is up to 283, which isn't a huge number, but it's doing better than it was before. So now that things have probably settled down a little bit, let's have another look at the production science graph and see how it's doing. Okay, so it's wibbling a little bit, but it's wibbling at 165 per minute instead of 30 per minute. I think that's probably going to be all right. Even if the machine isn't running absolutely flat out, because this plasma simply can't keep up. It's close enough that I think, in fact, looking at that, the plasma generators are catching up. We have enough plasma now that eventually these pipes are going to start filling up. So I think this system is now finally acceptable. And we still haven't put the modules these machines are asking for into them. I don't know why the bots are slacking, but apparently they are. So yes, over here at the science area, we have a train that has emptied all of its science packs out. Production science packs out. No, it hasn't. There's still 404 production science packs waiting in here to be passed out in here. So this is great. The system has essentially caught up. Good. And this is no longer required because we've moved on from that. So we are sciencing nice and happily. I presume. Okay, we're doing biocatalyg 3s are in there. Have we done Astro Science 3s?
Yeah.
We presumably have. Excellent. Because in all that time when I've been there, I seem to have spent more time talking than building, and I think that's fairly normal for a stream, to be honest. We're at only 364 of them. That isn't very many. It might be enough to grab spaceships, but it's still not very many. Right. So. Okay, science tubes. We know. Well, this sort of. You mean the sort of cylinder things, I guess. Yeah. Yes, I suppose so. I suppose it does. Right. Okay. So along here we've got it stuck again. Let's put in another piece of belt. As it is, we're still very okay. So it is definitely the red things that we're very short of. I need more of these. I think it's bacon time. Unfortunately, I've not left enough room to put wide area bacons in. And the compact bacons do 10 module sort of maximum module transfer 7.5. Maximum module also maximum 7.5. But yeah, okay, so but I think putting these in like this is probably going to be worthwhile because we can speed up the purples as well for later. So I'm going to come in here and do that, and then I'm going to wab here and.
We're approaching the point of sending our first train up for recycling.
Nice.
Cool.
You mean the supplying all the stuff that goes up the recycling sort of area? Or
yeah, there's
not bringing
none
stuff
of it's
down.
for recycling. But...
Yeah. And I need to then move these inserters as well, of course, like that. And I might as well get rid of the old ones because you're not going to be inserting anything from the beacon into the machine. It's not how we do modules around here. Thank you very much. And that's going to put some more cards and frames into the chest of shame. But never mind. I've been over there and tied them out recently, so I don't feel too guilty about it. In fact, I'm standing right next to them. I can pull them out as soon as they arrive.
And almost there. Should head up any minute now.
Oh, should head up. Right,
there we go.
I was going. In fact, I won't look on Norvis then. Train. Yeah. Train.
These do have interesting sound effects, yeah.
Zoom sort of noises.
No, the train noises.
Oh yeah, that's even better. That was convenient. I was zoomed in almost exactly the right amount to follow the train along as it was going. Train. Are you going to get rid of the landing pad?
Not for now. I'll just pipe it through.
Okay, I suppose yeah.
Deal with that later.
Yeah, I guess it's fine. It's temporary.
It's going to be there forever.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually matter as long as you don't actually have, as long as we don't have any rockets being wasted to come up to it. Then, meh. Lovely. I don't know why I'm watching this. We're fairly.
Actually, I was going to question whether that should be measuring what's in the train as well, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, not if because there's no train at the bottom to load. So as long as we only have one train on the move at a time, and presumably it's not loading into a warehouse at the bottom, so it's just
correct.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
So it's just whatever's on the belts when it leaves, and what you're doing here is not going to affect that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I certainly don't care about that sort of levels of overloading. Lovely. The red belt's going out the top there. Are you going to be able to get sufficient red belts? Belts of red circuits down through that area down to where you're going to need them?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's part of the reason that lack of space down there to run an extra 2 belts for the substrates and the red circuits was why I hadn't expanded further. I think why I hadn't expanded making the memory cards any further than I had.
Yeah, I think the main problem will be that the train throughput won't be enough with just one train, sushi train.
Oh, okay. Oh, we don't have wide area beacons up in space.
Yeah, I requested them.
Did you request more than you needed?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Because I've done exactly the same. Put them down and gone, hang on a minute. Yeah. There are no regular beacons up in space, but no WABs.
It's weird how, because they're mixed trains, one of the wagons empties so much faster because it had smaller stacked stuff.
Oh, yes. Is it not... I don't know, actually. I was going to say, is it not even as to how it... surely it should put the same number of items into it. I suppose, no, maybe not. No, if there's... Yeah, it should put the same... No, it shouldn't.
No, because it doesn't work like that anymore. Yeah. It used to.
Yeah. No, I was thinking that when one of them filled up, then the items would go... With the items that would have gone into it would go into the other one. But that... Yeah, but yes, that's true. But it also doesn't make any difference. Zoom. Zoom. And other train noises. Train. Train. It's well trained.
Thank you.
And then it fills back up again. Just like that.
Right, I'm going to start setting up the thing to take the ores down.
Good. Yeah, that I think is an important thing to have.
Look at the massive lack of scrap.
Yeah, we haven't been doing any material-based science, I guess. So the that's the thing. Because Mike has overbuilt so much in the in his science area, it means that it will produce an enormous quantity of scrap for a little while, and then it'll catch up, and then it'll just all go to sleep, and we'll go, well, that was a mess, and then we'll sort of process it all, and there won't be any more for a week or two. So yeah, I blame Mike.
Seems fair.
Hey Hattie Bin, no, we are not using LTN. We decided not to because we're masochists. Three of us at least are the three of us who are playing at the moment are all relatively experienced Factorioers. So we've been playing for quite a while. We kind of know what we're doing, and so of course we generally use LTN because that's what you do. That's how you play Factorio if you're playing with the complicated mod packs. So before we started, I said, hey, for an extra challenge, should we try playing without LTN and see what it's like? And nobody said that's a stupid idea. Let's not do that. So we we did, and it is indeed quite a bit more complicated. But it's interesting, and it brings in various extra challenges and things like that. And why are these not linking?
I think if anything, the response was, "That's a stupid idea. Yes, let's do that."
Ha! Probably. I mean, when we say stupid idea, we mean, well, that's just going to make it harder. But that's kind of the point. So yeah, so we did. I don't think that's necessary. Let's pull it up and see what happens. Yeah, so we are quite...
Because I'm about to do the same thing.
Yeah, I'll just pull up a couple of the pylons that I'm pretty sure weren't needed. And it doesn't seem to... Nothing is broken, so it's gone. Right. And it has gone. Yeah, so we thought... Yeah, because, I mean, in theory, there's nothing in LTN you can't do... Well, there's very few things in LTN you can't do. The tricky things that we haven't implemented are round robin... So when a train fills up with whatever, it'll go to the first station that requires it, then the second station that requires it, then the third station that requires it, and just go round and round and round them. Without LTN, it will always go to the closest one. And there's something else we haven't been able to do without LTN. I can't remember what it was, but there is something else. You don't like LTN? Wow. Okay. I find I mean, I reckon LTN is interesting and is extremely useful. And now that I've mostly got my head around it, and I found an extremely useful video. Made an extremely useful video. Let's say that to show how to use it. That I'm basically okay with it. LTN is definitely a learning curve, but I'm used to it now. Well, I recommend going and watching the video. Not now because you're watching the stream, but once the stream finishes, I recommend going off and watching the videos I made on how to use LTN, because that will tell you, that will show. The first one runs through the basics, just getting up standard pick-up drop-off stations, the standard way a normal person would use LTN. Then I've gone on. Then the second part is multifunction stations, where you can have multiple resources being brought to a single station, which is really nice for things like space exploration, because you need quite a lot of different things. So it's handy having lots of things turning up in the same place and then being dumped out onto belts, like a bit like this, but with LTN. And then there's the third one where I go through and I answer various questions that people who watch the videos have asked me in an attempt to sort of try and solve any sort of confusions they might be having. So yeah, it's a good series. I recommend it, and I'm not remotely biased. My beacons have arrived. Thank you, Marc. And oh dear, we've run out of memory cards. So everything is now caught up, and I can't tell how short of stuff I am because the memory cards have because there's now a shortage of memory cards instead of a shortage of other things. For goodness sake. Yeah, exactly, Madman. That's how I feel about it. It's so useful and just makes doing clever stuff. It basically turns trains into massive, oversized bots, and that is so useful. Yeah. Memory cards. Memory cards are not happening. Oh, yes, they are. Here they come. Here come the memory cards. A whole half belt of them. Excellent. I can hear strange noises coming from downstairs. I hope you guys can't hear that.
Nope.
Thank you, Johan. Much appreciated. Thank you for linking the video. That is that feels that can't be more actually yes it can. This could be more memory cards, because this is the same this is probably the same number of memory cards that were coming out before, but all stuck onto the same side of the belt. Oh no, that's a shortage of red circuits. I don't know. I'm assuming your system can't actually be faster than what was there before, because it's limited by the same pair of inputs.
Yeah, that's true. But if we improve the train throughput,
well, it's not the train throughput. It's the belt that goes from there down to here.
Second train has arrived before the red circuit chest is emptied, I think.
Yeah, but
there was a gap. But
I need like exactly 3 belts of red circuits constantly.
Yeah, so it's
the 4 of the.
Yeah, but you're doing a mic.
No, I mean we were short of that.
We were
for a long time. So
yeah, a doubling might have been reasonable. Tripling, quadrupling probably excessive. But no. I mean, I'm not upset about that. I don't know. But I stand by the point. The point is that you haven't actually made it any faster yet, because you're limited by the belt that goes from the single belt that goes from the station down to the input of the
I know.
of the facility.
I know what I did.
Okay.
I mean, it would be easier if the people who built this initially would have left a bit more space for the belts.
I would. Well, it wouldn't be too difficult to make a bit more space. It'd just be a case of moving one of the orange goo machines, one of the thermofluid machines, and one of the recycling machines across to the other end of their rows, and then there'd be room to shove another 5 belts down there, another level of bus. And then there's the heavy oil to petroleum gas, but that's Tristan's fault, so I accept no responsibility for that. 1,200 stations. That feels like a lot. I mean, it feels like a lot, but I've no idea how many we've got. I don't think it's 1,200, but I just don't have a feel. Right, let's go and get rid of some of this junk that I've picked up. Is there an easy way to... Oh, there's a train... Oh, flew into the side of a spaceship while I was not looking where I was flying. Bonk. It is slightly annoying that they're the one thing you can't fly over. I'm guessing if you try hard enough, you can even fly over a space elevator. Any more stuff I can get rid of? Not along here.
If you're flying fast enough, you can fly over a spaceship. But you end up inside it, potentially.
Yeah. That doesn't count as flying over it, I don't think.
Just have to fly faster.
Yeah, I suppose that's technically correct. If you fly literally fast enough, as opposed to figuratively fast enough, I don't know. Then yes, I suppose you probably could. I've still got 300 and something Vita melange juice extract gubbins, and none of these machines will let me shut. No, it's not the right machine. This is the machine to put it in. Here, have 200 of that, and you can have another 129 of it. There we go. I just got rid of most of the shame I picked up and put in my inventory. So, the next problem for me to solve is going to be just down here, where we have, soon we're going to be getting tier 3 catalogs coming along here, flowing into the system, coming. Oh, I can program this and get rid of that split. That'd be useful. Let's do that. I can put in the tier 3s to the right, and then I can put in this piece of belt there, like that, right there. So that will now flow through there, and they can come through. So what I was saying is, over here, these machines are supposed to be making the tier 3 science packs, and that requires the aeroframe scaffolds. Now, we do have aeroframe scaffolds in space. They're coming up on this train. However, we don't have an easy way of getting them over to here, and I mean, there's a machine here that's ready and raring to make them, but it's not going to have half the resources it needs to do that. So, the long-term solution for this is to put in. Actually, let's have a quick look about this and try and be clever. This may just give me a headache, but I'm going to try and be clever. So Astro 4 science requires aeroframe bulkheads, which are made out of low-density structures, aeroframe scaffolds, immersing plate, beryllium plate, and they can be made on the ground. So my clever idea here is to put in another drop-off station here somewhere that will empty out, that will bring over beryllium ingots that we can plate here, beryllium poles, because we can make them on the ground and efficiency and the productivity module them. The beryllium scaffolds, aeroframe scaffolds, because they are currently already being made on the ground, and the aeroframe bulkheads here, which can also be made on the ground. So we'll have a train that brings up all 4 of these things in a careful balance, much like these ones, basically working in exactly the same way these ones do, and just unloads for this area. I think I like that idea. Alternatively, I could be slightly more traditional, and I could do it this way, where we fill up with where we send down a request and the train brings up that request. But I think I'll just do it in the science way because science. Right. So that needs beryllium. We're not making beryllium. We don't have beryllium on Norvis at the moment in sensible quantities. We've got little bits of it, little dribbles of it being brought over, but it's not being brought down in big quantities. And the other problem with this plan is that over here, in order to get stuff onto a space train, I need to take one of these facilities and hook up to it and have the inputs coming in along here. Now, we have the aeroframe scaffolds available here already because they are being used, they're being taken up to the normal science area. We don't have beryllium at the moment, and that would mean bringing it down just to bring it back up again, which seems a little bit silly, but it might be the easiest way to get it to there. Alternatively, we could bring beryllium from somewhere else in the space station to there once we have the spaceships flying it in. Then the other thing is the aeroframe pole, or the beryllium poles. We are currently saving the map. We are currently making those further over to the west, where I'm making the aeroframe scaffolds. all the way over. This is further than I was expecting. All the way over here. So we're making aeroframe beryllium poles here. But it feels silly to have a station up here that's dropping off beryllium poles just to put them in over here. And the other possibility is to take the beryllium and iron off these belts down here and have a system in line along here that's making beryllium and putting it into a box ready to dump it, beryllium poles, and putting it in a box ready to dump into the train. That's silly enough that I'm actually quite tempted to do it. The problem is it's not going to start working until we have a supply of beryllium on this planet, which we don't really at the moment. So I think, actually in the short term, let's just have this one doing beryllium scaffolds, and then we can add the other things in later as they're available. Yes, I think that's the way to do it. So, over here. Beryllium airframe scaffolds, which I'm going to probably continue calling beryllium scaffolds because it just feels like what they should be called. Comes along here like this. And now I get the joy of choosing which station is going to be the next one. It's this one. This is going to be my station. We don't actually need that because I'm going to do things a different way. Let's make sure nobody's claimed the station. Nope, nobody's claimed the station. So I'll take out that and that and that because we don't need any of that. And actually, let's take out that bit. Let's just start from scratch because I'm going to be doing this differently because I'm weird. And we're going to need to bring in, let's see, it's four different things because we're going to be bringing in beryllium ingots. We're going to be bringing in beryllium poles, beryllium scaffolds, and aeroframe bulkheads. So we have 4 belts coming up here like this. Fine. One of these is going to be building them on site, of course. So that's going to be a bit silly, but I don't care. Then this comes down to here, and we carry on down here, and then we'll fill this area up with landfill because that's how we. Oh, no, apparently we don't roll. That isn't how we roll. We just use underground. We just use underground belts to go underwater. Fair enough. That then. That if I click the right button. Yeah. Where's my nose itchy? I don't know. Okay, so then up here, this is where it's going to get a little bit fiddly because we're going to need to split all of these belts. So let's pull back as far as we can. Use up as much space as we need. So we're going to use blue splitter. Blue splitters, please. There's one. All right, so we'll put that there and have that one go under. I'll put that one there and do that. Right, so then from here we've got okay, I'll bring one along like that, one along like that. I'm sort of making this up as I go along, but I think it's but I'm intrigued by the idea, so I'm cautiously overconfident. Third one goes along there and goes across here and here. Fourth one then actually can just split down here. I see chat flickering. Is it people calling me out for being ridiculous? Grappling gun can take you in and out of spaceships, can it? Okay, I didn't realise. Underwater pipe. Oh, underwater pipes. So that's pipes that actually literally just go underwater rather than disappearing and reappearing. That's good. That sounds quite neat. Right, and then up here we're going to have blue loaders like this, and we're going to have 4 of them, and we're going to have another 4 of them, and then we're going to feed these belts along like this. That's the first one. Second thing. Third thing. Fourth thing. There we go. And then I am fully aware that this is an abomination unto Nuggin. You don't need to tell me. I'll make the underground belts a bit longer to hide the ridiculousness of it. Or hide some of the ridiculousness of it. There we go. So this will now merrily fill up the train with just absolutely everything that we could possibly want to put into it. Lovely. And you know what? Since this one is here, let's run this one down and call this the first. the first thing that's going in can be on the... Who designed... Why is this one less than the length of an underground belt? For goodness sake, this must be Mark's fault. Mike's fault, sorry. Sorry, Mark. I meant him.
I just copied.
Oh no, I think it's Tristan's fault. He did the first. He did the first station.
Yeah, but I didn't build mine first.
Okay.
You built yours first.
Yeah, but I didn't do that underground section. Okay, yeah, it is Mike's fault then. All right, everything is well. It's Mike's fault. Yeah, because all of mine were in this top section. In fact, all 3 of mine. So it was this station. It was Mike's fault. Yeah, blame Mike. Right, so that's coming together nicely, like a sort of a cunning plan should. So now I can go and get myself I can name this, actually. I can call this station... how are we naming these things? What are we calling stuff? So Norbit Misc Recycling Area Pickup, Bio Pickup, Material Pickup, Astro Pickup, Sci Park Astro Pickup. Will do. Yeah, Mike isn't here, so everything's his fault. That is traditional. I mean, I think in this case it actually was his fault, but I definitely want to blame him because it's what he's there for, really, isn't it? If you can't blame Mike, what's the point in having one? Who didn't rebuild the train?
It's alright.
Okay, this time I'm blaming Tristan, and not just because he admitted to it. Alright, so we want stuff to come out here. So I'll take out a chunk of belt there, like that. And then I shall make a copy of this entire shenanigan, I suppose. Like that.
If you're setting up low throughput up and down elevator stuff, then there is downstream stations now. Downstream top.
Cool. Thank you. Yes, I shall make sure I set that up then. Right, so I want to take entities, I want to take tiles, I don't want to take train stop names, I don't want to... Well, they're not in train, so I can't take those. Yeah, what there is, I don't want to take the train anyway. So I'll create that blueprint. I know there's a piece of track missing off it, but it's got me most of what I need, so that's going to be sufficient to get me started. Oh, there's another belt in the way. Damn it, Laurence. Is that my fault? I assume it's my fault, but I'm not certain. It's certainly my fault for not leaving enough space along here, even if it isn't my fault for putting that belt there. So that goes there. What is that belt doing? Oh, it's a scrap belt, I think. Don't really know. Actually, I want these things to be going across up here. So I put that far too low. Let's see. Oh, they're blank memory cards. That's what they are. That's why they're going on the scrap belt. Okay, so we'll get rid of all of that. Now, when I paste it in, I can line up these 2 belts at the bottom with... Oh, hang on. Actually, no, they aren't needed there. They can be much lower down because they're going to be going straight into the system. So let's put that there. Let's undo the ripping up of that so we have slightly fewer memory cards going into the system. Get rid of that because that is a dump belt, I believe. And I don't even know what this is. No. Don't demolish that, I meant. There we go. Put that... I can't do much more with that until the space scaffolding's been placed. I can put the rail in though. Right, so now this will all get built up. We'll get all this built up, and then I can go in and sort of sort the everything's out. And then I'll be able to get rid of... This machine is no longer needed. We can get rid of that completely. This one will no longer be needed, so I'll get rid of that as well. I've unloaded some beryllium poles. Never mind. So we'll get rid of that. Eventually, I'll be able to get rid of this one. This one will remain and will carry on turning ingots into plates for the science here. But the rest of them, all 3 of these will be built on Norvis, and that'll be much better. And we won't need iron to be brought up anymore, and we won't be bringing beryllium over by delivery cannon. It does mean, as I said earlier, it does mean I'm going to be bringing beryllium from orbit. Well, it's going to be going up in a space from Talos. It's going to be going up in a space elevator to Talos orbit, almost certainly, because that's how you get stuff off planet. It'll then be going in a spaceship. It'll be brought to Norvis orbit, from Norvis orbit, it'll go onto a train that'll take it down to the down to the planet where it'll be unloaded, and then it'll go onto another train. They'll bring it back up again to bring it over to here. So it's a bit double handled, but it's only a little bit of double handling on a space elevator. So I think I actually don't care. It's cheap enough to run stuff up and down those things that it's fine, even if it's a bit of a logistical nonsense. Oh, true. Yes, all right. Fair enough. Mike is valuable as someone to go off and throw himself endlessly against biters and can repeatedly get killed for our entertainment. I'll give you that much. Adding I don't know. I don't like adding icons to train station names. It's okay in vanilla because there's far fewer icons, but in any large mod pack, you start to get confused over whether something's iron or steel or whether it's or just I start to struggle anyway. So. Oh yeah, and it's also fun to drop things on his head. That's very true. No argument from me there. There's no point in deleting these things yet because they'll just get put back in again when I do that. Right. So what are you? You are okay. You're going. You're tier 3. You're science packs 3 and 4. Okay. I guess I better let you guys through. You're kind of required. That was a rotate rather than a delete, but never mind. This is junk coming down here. This is, let's see, top belt. Top belt is also junk and should be going to here. So what I actually want to do along here is get rid of that and then have what did it be? Oh, there's red insert there, and have a belt going in the opposite direction along here like that. That then joins onto joins up with this one. Probably like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, like this. Oop. Put in a splitter. This is a bit convoluted. Here is your weekly spaghetti. Do enjoy. So that comes down there like that, and then down there like that, and then can go back onto this belt. Right, so we've got the scrap belt or the junk belt coming through here. It's going to be joined by the flat batteries that are coming off here, and then passed down here to be joined back onto the junk belt that was running across here, and off to the wild unknowns. Great. We do need to put in a feed of good batteries here as well, because this train is certainly not going to be charged at the other end, because that's not how this thing works. So we'll get rid of a bit of a Marc belt, like that. And a splitter goes there. Bit of that there. This will go through here like that and across from there. Right, lovely. What's this doing? Oh yeah, that's for bringing belts out to the batteries out to here. Okay, so now all is finished, bar the programming. Yes. And the programming is going to be the complicated part, but so well let's do a bit at a time. So here we want to reprogram this train. We'll do this train first. So we click on that, and then we say we want to bring over catalog 3, and then it was. Oh yeah, you can copy and paste through in here. That's much easier than trying to do it any other way. So we'll do that. There we go. Now the train is going to be trying to get those as well. So over here, we then want to add in -1 Astro 3 catalogue, like that. And now the train goes, hey, I don't have any Astro 3 catalogues. So it clears off to go and get some. Like this. Train. Comes down here, and there's going to be about 900 of them for it to pick up. So it'll recharge its batteries, and then over here it won't pick those up because we haven't reprogrammed these yet. And so you need to also be doing that, and not that. Not that. And you, in the same way, you need to be doing that, and not that. So there we go, that flows through, and we now... Why are you not working? Is there some in there... Something else has got in there and polluted it. Great. So that means... oh, can I just turn that round? Is that now working? No. So maybe turn them both around. Now is it working? No. Clear that one out, please.
Tristan, May I request dedicated trains for red
I haven't programmed this one,
circuits
that's why.
and rough substrates?
Yeah, they're actually struggling, aren't they?
There we go. Right.
Having given it more time.
I've got around my failure to brain. So, there we go. The train is now filling up, as we would hope. I don't think it's quite going to get there, because we only had 28 of these catalogues and 2021. So we need another like 70 catalogues, and then the train can go. I think I'm actually just going to send it off manually, because then I can. This is useful because it means I can run through and just fix all the things that aren't quite working properly. Like up here, these things should be set to. So that one already is set to 1,000 of the tier 3s, so that's okay. But in here, I also need to program that to do catalog 3s, and over here as well, program this one to do catalog 3s, and down here as well. Can I just copy that across? Copy that across. Sorry. Yes, I can. Nice. There we go, empty out the catalogue 3. So those will now pour around here, like this. Some of them go over here where they're to be made into insights. I won't do that yet. I won't upgrade the insight recipe until we've got a slightly healthier supply of the catalogues. But then they're going to be brought up here as well and fed into the... Yep, there we go, fed into these machines. So now these machines have everything they need except for the aeroframe scaffold. So I'm now a big step closer to where I need to be. So over here, these are going to be set up to not do that. This is going to be set up to do beryllium ingots at some point. So that one, you, and you, and you, and you. And over, I might split these off into just straight up 4 belts. It'd be far easier, I think. In fact, yeah, let's do that. So I'm just going to delete all of these belts across here because I'm going to make that different and better. Put that there, get rid of that. There we go. Then the next one is going to be, so after beryllium ingots, we're then going to have beryllium poles, then beryllium scaffolds, and then something we don't have yet. So that's fine. I can't go all the way yet, but it's close enough. Right, so that's that. So we'll now, when the train arrives, it'll empty out all the stuff as expected. I need to reprogram these as well. So we want to say, at the moment, it's only going to actually be the aeroframe scaffold. So we want to say when there's -1 aeroframe scaffold, then send the train off to go and get some more. That's actually quite straightforward. Yes, eventually this is going to have more on it, but as I said, we don't have half the stuff down on Norvis yet in a sensible fashion. So we're just going to do it like this. Okay, I do now need to bring the belts over from here. Oh, I'm going to have to do some sort of weird joining of all of them. This is going to be fiddly, but potentially fun. I don't know. I'm not sure whether it's actually going to be fun or not. Maybe I should have kept this design because it was easier. But where's the fun in that, I hear you say?
Mark, I think
Yes.
those trains are going to be
More space down here.
train-to-train systems like the fluids. So they're
Okay,
going to be delayed a bit before getting to that, as I deal with the downstream.
Yeah, just it doesn't have to be immediately, but I think we should switch to that system for those inputs.
Yeah, that seems reasonable, unless by the time get to it, it's backed up.
Oh wait, that's not going to work. Let's be lazy. I think I'm just going to do this the way I'm going to do it the way I did down here with multiple with 2 things on each belt because that is easier. And my sanity was starting to struggle. I don't want that much of it because I'll overwrite all my careful programming from earlier. Just take that much of it. There we go. That goes there, and so on. And that can come over here, and yeah, we'll feed them in the appropriate places. Right, there we go. What bullying? We wouldn't bully Mark. Mike, sorry. I don't. Your names are too similar. I can't cope. My fragile little mind can't deal with it. Okay, using the search to find find the sort of stations when you're using icon names. Could well work. I say I haven't really tried that. Stray delivery cannon capsules. Yes, possibly. Well. Yeah, there's a lot of, as you say, Jeremy, there's a lot of icons that are very, very similar. Map markers is a nice way of doing it. I don't know, I just don't tend to bother, which is, I will happily accept it on me. Text plates are quite nice. Yeah, I think we have used text plates a bit here and there, mostly for being rude to Mike, or it's actually usually him being rude to me. Come to think of it, and yeah, they're nice, but we haven't used them in an enormous amount. Right, so this space train is going to be taking just aeroframe scaffolds actually, for now. So we'll tell it to just take a row of those and nothing else. And was it this one I programmed as it was? So copy that to there. Good. And right, okay, so we need to tell this train to go to, is there a station called downstream pickup? There's a downstream.
Downstream top.
Downstream top. Downstream top. Until idle for 5 seconds, sure. And then go to down to Norvis.
1 second. Fine.
Okay.
Minimise the delay there.
Okay. Until 1 second. Then at the bottom, it's to go to downstream. So that's downstream drop. Until then, it has to actually be empty. Although idle would probably work in exactly the same way. Then it goes.
Empty is better.
Yeah, it is, but the other one should. The other one should work. But yes, I fully agree. Next one is science. It's going. You can't mouse wheel on the station picker widget on the left hand side of the window. You can in the drop down, but not on this one. So I'll need to grab. Oh yes, you can. It was just because I had the other one open. So scroll down to I called it science something. Thought I did. Maybe I called it Astro. What did I call that station? Did I just fail at renaming it and not save or something? Sci Park Astro Pickup. Okay, I was looking for science and I didn't spot the I didn't find Sci, I guess. Sci. Okay, and over here, so it was this train. Then go to nope, it needs to be on this side. Sci with a C, Laurence. There we go. Sci Park Astro Pickup. Until full. Then go to Norvis up. Then go to Astro bus. What's that station called? Blood Run Creeper. That's helpful. Then go to Blood Run Creeper, which I shall rename later. Now what do I do here? I need to do something funny here, and I can't remember what it is. I think it's wait until you get a poke from the station. That train's already gone. So it's down here somewhere. Here's this train. So it's it's lots of things. It's a circuit, a t equals 1, and inactivity, and time passed. Okay. So, until... where is it? Circuit condition. I have a t, presumably for train, equals 1. And time passed is 10 seconds, and inactivity of 5 seconds. Fine. Was it just straight and all of those? I can't remember. I want to check, because if I get this wrong, everything will break. Yes, it was an and of all of them. Okay. Right, you are now programmed. So, downstream top is apparently unreachable. Or, oh no, it's closed. Closed for business.
Yep.
Okay.
It should just go past. That's because I haven't set that up. I need to sort out the station.
Okay, so go to Norvis down. It's a bit of a trek to get to the roundabout over here to find its way down, but yeah, whatever. We can do that. I'm going to turn the light on because it's getting dim and I can barely. I don't know. I can see, obviously, because I forgot I didn't have a headset mic anymore. I can see, obviously, because the screens are lit up, but I don't think it's good for my eyes to be staring at a bright screen in a dark room, so we'll do that. Certainly starts to feel uncomfortable. Okay, so we're going down the elevator, is there? Like this. Zoom. And then we're going to get down to the bottom, and then nothing is going to happen. Oh, no, wait. Nothing's going to happen because I haven't programmed everything down here yet. So, the train will trundle over. Oh, here it comes. Oh, right, that was its pause in the downstream station.
Yeah.
And it will pull into the station. Why have I only got 20 frames per second? Who's doing something?
Marc. Yeah, I will cancel the sound of it.
I don't think it makes any. If there's an absolute bot frenzy going on, I suspect it doesn't make any difference whether it's a small bot frenzy or a big bot frenzy, or rather whether there's an enormous amount on the to-do list for the bots or a small amount on the to-do. I've screwed up this design. Yeah, that. For now, let's just do that, and that'll send it up here, and then.
I don't understand why they're going for the furthest away downstream station. I thought the whole point was they always go for the closest.
Yeah, they should do. It's a good question. Right, so we're waiting for the... Oh no, we're here. We're waiting for the train to be full. Simple as that. Which will be done when these belts arrive. And this is going to take a while because the base is quite big down here. But that should now work. So let's nip back up for a few moments to back up to Norbit, at which point I can then come over here and go, right, so we've got all those things pouring out here. This one in particular is going to be an actual thing. So we'll bring that over here like this. And this is going to be the final two items. So we're going to then along here we will have a splittometron like that. So the other belt can go underneath it. And we'll have one belt go that way. We'll get rid of all of that. And that. And we'll get rid of all of that.
Do we have holmium cables on Norvis?
Don't think so.
Not to my knowledge. Certainly not in bulk. I don't know if we even have holmium. That's sort of how I was feeling with some of the beryllium stuff. But I mean, I think once we've got spaceships, in fact, which once I've got this running can potentially be the next thing we can research. I'm very, very close now. We can start to the point where I would be quite surprised if we don't have spaceships today. Astroscience 3 today, and then potentially spaceship research done today as well. We can then start researching spaceships and try and get proper amounts of all the resources coming over. Right, over here, you are going to be filtering out the aeroframe scaffolds, which are under here, to the left. Yes, that's spot on. So those will then come down there. Finish that belt now, and they'll be sent down here, and into this system here. Great. These, as I say, are going to linger for a bit longer, because we don't have the beryllium on Norvis yet to do that. Otherwise, I think that's probably good. Let's nip back down to Norvis now again and see. Okay, there we go. So the train is now filling up as expected. It's filling up at a blue belt, which is going to be the standard for all these sort of things. It's taking a little while now, but it'll take enough up there, I hope, that it won't really matter if it takes a while for it to refill. I'm pretty sure I set up all of these. Did I set up all of these? No, I didn't set these up. Right. Oop, that was a mistake. So that needs to be set to a beryllium ingot, or otherwise it will just fill up infinitely and until the Otherwise, if I don't change these filters, the boxes will just fill up and fill up and fill up and fill up until the warehouse is full of the first thing that comes along, and that would be extremely wasteful and extremely silly, and would just be, we'll break everything. So that's those four, and now so I can copy to here like this. This is fiddly, but much easier than doing it manually. There we go. So now the train will come up here, there, sound like Porky Pig, and it will unload into here until there's 1,000 of the low density structures. So here it is. Now, granted, there's only 500 low density structures in each, so it's not going to be quite as many as we would like. In fact, it's going to take at least 2 train loads to get this up to its sort of idle level. But it's only 4 rows, so that's probably okay. But now, as you can see, those are flowing merrily down here. And now down into the system down here. And chomp, 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 chomp. And now we should be able to start making the science packs here. Is there anything else that's missing? Holy, how many of these does it take? It takes 30 aeroframe scaffolds. Jeez. Okay, I'm very glad we're making these with productivity modules now. Wow. So, 30 aeroframe scaffolds to make, although to be fair, it does make 6 Astro Science Pack 3s. So it's only 5 per Science Pack, which is a bit less horrendous. However, here are our first Astro 3 Science Packs coming out. I'm actually really quite pleased with that. I feel like I've been prevaricating about about trying to make Astro Science Pack 3 for quite a long time now. So to have some of them actually flowing out now is really quite satisfying. So, I'll leave the Agility 2 running. Any objections to me just ditching all of the other researchers and setting spaceships going? Assuming.
Do you actually have the Astro 3 are being produced in sufficient quantities?
It says it needs 200 of them, so I think so. Alright, I'll do the maths.
400. Because there's spaceships afterwards.
But is there 2 researchers to get it? Okay.
Yeah.
It takes 1 comprehensive catalogue to make 4 packs. That's Astro 2. Astro 3, it takes it takes 1 catalogue to make 6, and we've got at least there's well over 400 catalogues in play. So we're going to make 400. Yes is the short answer. We're going to make a lot of Astro 4s from this, so it should be fine. Excellent. That's. Oh, I see. Oh, we need the bulkheads as well as the. Okay, yeah. I see. I didn't look at it quite closely enough. Oh, I see. You're knocking one out and putting it back on the end, one at a time, so you don't forget what they were. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely spaceships. Well, spaceships. You say spaceships soon. Spaceship research soon. Yes, I mean I wouldn't be surprised if we got this done today. However, building any spaceships, that's going to require us to make all of the parts and get all of the bits and pieces in together and into the right place, and that's going to be quite difficult. I might be tempted. I could take the Misfortune and some space elevator pieces over to Talos and bring back a spaceships. Well, actually, firstly, upgrade Talos a lot because it's. I think we have a bit of a beryllium shortage, and then bring back a spaceship load of beryllium to Norbit and put it into where we're going to actually land spaceships, so we can get the system actually up and built as if spaceships are working, and just fill it up the first time with the Misfortune. Does that sound like a plan?
I did upgrade the cryonite heading out there.
Oh, was it let's go and have a look at what the problem was then, because I remember noticing it was short, but I don't remember noticing why it was short. It might have been the cryonite. So looking down here, it's a bit short. The cannon that's firing it at Norvis, in fact, is the one that is struggling. Is taking all of it, and I think that's the one that's where we're making the aeroframe scaffolds. I think perhaps I'm just trying to pull too much out there. I'll have a look at that in a moment. But yeah, the system is running. We don't seem to have all that much coming in from the core mining. I mean, there is some. I've also lost all my foops. Yeah, so there's a flow coming in from the core mining at least. There's a bit of a shortage. It's simply not being mined up fast enough. The mines aren't good enough, or the logistics bringing stuff from the mines isn't good enough. Let's try and find out which. So that's, what are you? What sort of train are you? You're a core pickup train. Where are the mines? There's a mine there that doesn't have a train in it. There's a mine there that doesn't have a train in it. Do I only have one, or are you a mine train? Yeah, you're a mine train. Okay. So, my suspicion is that I need to put in a third beryl mine and then a third mine train, or go out and liberate a lot more territory and get a lot more more core miners, or possibly both. And I think if we can get one of the big problems I was having here, or one of the problems I was having here at least, was power. I think this base sleeps a bit overnight. Let's see if I can find some evidence to that. What is going on here? Why is that so wibbly? Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, there we go. That's the sort of scale I wanted, 1 hour or 10 minutes type scale. So, yeah, you can... Yes, you can see at night that's flat-topped, and that makes me think that the base is going to sleep at night, because normally when the system is working, one of your power generations goes up and down like this as various machines kick in and kick out. But if you're using absolutely all of the power you're capable of generating, then you get these flat tops because everything is maxed. So something over here is probably getting cut down. Yeah, but actually here it is this one. It's the core mining. The core mining drills are failing at night, so they're running a bit slower. So there is a power problem here. It's not serious. The system is basically working, but it loses power at night to an extent, and so the core miners will be running either slowly or not at all. So the other thing I would bring over in the Misfortune is a massive quantity of these solar panels. And since I'm fitting a space elevator anyway, and that way we can have a lot more power available down here, a lot fewer power problems, and instead of using the delivery cannon array down here, we can then have one of these belts going off to a train that goes up the space elevator, and then just loads of spaceship up at the top. So that's going to be fairly straightforward, I think, but it does need to all be built in order to get that to work. But yeah, as I say, I don't expect that to be particularly difficult. We will then also need to give a significant boost to the... oh yeah, there we go. You see this station has run out. Is that some more... Oh yeah, but there is some more ore arriving. But as you can see, this whole system has... There's been a big gap in here, and that's causing a drop in the production rate. I think this is then going to also need to be expanded further. I suspect we're probably not... I suspect we're not ready to start putting... Oh, these are tier 2 productivity modules. Do I want to go through... So the question is, do I want to just go, meh, I'll just put in another... I'll just do this another n times, or this whole thing another n times to get significantly more production? Or do I want to go, actually, let's go in and upgrade all of these tier 2 productivity modules to tier 3, and yes, there'll be a little bit of redesign work required. Maybe upgrade these to big wide area beacons as well. Or possibly secret option number 3, is I just leave these ones as they are. I come in here, I blow up a load more biters to get the territory, and then just expand out and make a massive array of new machines that are all running with tier 3 and wide area beacons, and call that good. And then we can flood that into a spaceship and go from there. I'm leaning towards that design. How many of these are firing at an orbit? I'm leaning towards that design because it's easier, and it means I can just leave this all running in the meantime while I'm doing the expansion. So let's see, how many of these are actually firing at an orbit? This one is, so that one will go. That one will go. That one will go. And that one isn't doing anything anyway. So along here we have 3 guns that are firing at Norvis orbit in various different places. So all of those can be removed and replaced with local trains that will just rattle around taking the beryllium ore into the right places. And then this one that goes to Norvis, which can be got rid of and replaced with a train going down from the space station down the elevator. So yeah, we're not going to need any of this. I think it might also be worth having some sort of disposal of junk system. So getting rid of the glass and the rare metals and the iron and copper and so on from all of these, just chucking that into the spaceship as well, and having the spaceship just probably having the spaceship bring back a mixed load of stuff, and that way, and then we can just filter out the beryllium, send everything out, and put that into a beryllium train that can go out and supply properly, and then dump the rest of it into the downstream system and have it get sorted when it gets back down to Norvis, rather than having the system we've got here of just a huge array of delivery cannons. The question then comes up, what do we do with all of the... If we're not using the delivery cannons, what do we do with all the stuff that's coming out of here? And I think the answer is, maybe we just shove all of these... And then we look into what's the most efficient way to do it, actually, I suppose. We could either just then shove all these core fragments into the spaceship and take them back and unload them on Norvis and have it... put them into the rest of the system that processes absolutely everything. Or we could run them through this system and then have all the crushed stuff come out and go onto the spaceship. Let's have a look at the recipe for that. Core, and also blimey. Core fragment. So, core fragment. No, not normal iron ore one. A vanilla core fragment, please. Core fragments stack up to 20, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So 1 stack of core fragments turns into less than a tenth. Oh no, hang on. These go up to 50. So almost a fifth. I think these are all 50. So we go 8, 16, 24, 32, 36, and some fluids. About 36. That's not quite 50, but because of the fluids and the general, well, what the hell do we do with all these fluids on this planet thing? I'm thinking, oh, that's a good point. We could cook them into... So my original thought was, do we send the core fragments or do we send the raw resources? And out of those two, the core fragments is a smidge more efficient, but the sending the resources is a smidge more efficient because you get about 2/3. It packs down to about 2/3 per stack. However, sending the core fragments is going to be much easier because then you don't have to worry about what you do with all these fluids.
Secret bonus option is you could use the core system to convert everything it can into capsules, and then you have a supply of capsules to use for whatever.
Yeah, but
then any overflow is what the overflow is what you then send away by a spaceship.
But my point is, at least with this particular planet and some of the others, like the Vulcanite planets, might not be the case. This might not be the case if they don't have if not all of our planets get elevators. But here, at least, there are only 2 things coming out. There is beryllium ingots and there is core fragments, and the core fragments are being turned into delivery cannon capsules. But the delivery cannon capsules aren't needed for anything because the beryllium is only going to Norvis orbit.
Right.
So there's no point in making delivery cannon capsules. It's just.
I do notice you're looking at a belt of sand.
Yeah, that's been
coming out of somewhere.
Oh, true.
And also, you need sand, don't you? Which
yes.
The core fragments can provide.
True. That's a fair point. Yeah, all right. Maybe I've oversimplified this a little bit. The other suggestion,
the pyroflux as well gets used.
The pyroflux does get used, but that could always be. I mean, I'm not. If we've got spaceships and space elevators, I don't mind double handling quite so much because you can bring in a load of. If we bring in Vulcanite by spaceship to turn into pyroflux, it's not the end of the world. If we then shipping out core fragments that contain a small amount of pyroflux. But would need heavy processing to get it out of them, and then you'd have the oil and the mineral water to worry about, which is currently just being vented, the mineral water at least. However, the sand is a good point. Yeah, we have a supply of stone here that is coming from the core processing, of course, which is generally not being used. But yes, we did discover earlier that if we don't have the sand and the stone that comes out from the core processing, then the system fails. But I don't know how we feel about when it's it would be good. It would be good to have a good supply of stone available here. Does this planet have stone mines on it? Is my next question. I don't think it does. Okay, you've kind of convinced me that actually maybe keeping the core processing here would be a good idea so we can hang on to the stone. What's that? That's iron. So, yeah, okay, maybe I take back quite a lot of what I've just said. To answer Nogard's question, Nogard was saying cook all the core products into ingots. I could do, but turning stuff into ingots efficiently is quite a convoluted process and requires lots of other things like pyroflux, which we do have, admittedly, and acids, which we don't, I don't think. Honestly we do. But specific different acids. It's quite a big, involved process. There's lots of steps in it. So I'm kind of reluctant to do that. So I think what we're probably going to end up doing is dumping overspill of ores into the spaceship and going, meh, it'll do. But then there's the fluids. The pyroflux will get used. The mineral water we don't really care about. The oil apparently gets used. We're not shipping any fluids out at the moment anyway. So it's not going to be any worse.
No, you're only using oil because you're making capsules.
Oh yeah, you're right. And even that, there's not enough of it. You don't get very much oil out of core processing. I mean, I could just vent it, because I think the amount of oil we'd lose to the venting is probably better, because we don't actually send any oil away from here. So yeah, it's not being vented, but it's not being sent to anywhere else as a resource to be used. So yeah, I think there's no actual loss to chopping up the core fragments to get the stone out of them and then shipping everything out as ores. It's not ideal because you're losing out on some of the fluids, and perhaps I could, if I suppose, turn some of the iron ore into barrels to get rid of the to send the fluids over, but I'm not sure it's worth it. Yeah, I think I'm reasonably happy with just having the ship containing a mix of beryllium and then the miscellaneous spare that comes out of the comes out of the core processing. What do you think of my ramblings?
Quite rambly.
Good. To what Madman says, yes, it is a waste, but at the moment it's all being wasted because it's being turned into plastics that's being made into delivery cannon capsules that are being used to launch stuff off. So we're not going to have any less oil than we have at the moment. We're just going to have been venting it instead of turning it into things that we blow up. So yeah, it's not ideal, but it's no worse than what we're doing at the moment.
I don't like it because it feels like it's wasting oil. I accept that it's not actually, but it feels like it is.
Well, I'll tell you what then. I'll smelt the iron ore down into steel and use that to ship the oil over in barrels, and maybe I'll do the mineral water as well. And you can make sure that the station down at the bottom on Norvis is capable of handling all that sort of stuff.
And so you're getting using the coal to make the steel as well, and you've got a greenhouse for making the wood for the coke.
Yeah, I mean, all of these things are things that are here because we have already been doing this. So, yeah, I guess might as well. And yeah, it just means there'll be all of the overspill from the core mining. So there will be some coal. There'll probably be some iron. Will be coming over and being dumped into the downstream. So and stone as well. So the downstream is going to need to be able to deal with all of that. But I think that's fine. The next question is for no, I was going to say for downstream, do we just put all the stuff on the disposal belt and then have it get sorted out at the other end? But I don't think that's going to be sufficient. I think we're going to have too much stuff for that. Particularly if we put a load of the beryllium onto the downstream belt as well to send it down to Norvis. So then we'll have actual. It won't just be overflow. It'll be actual product that's going down that way as well. Or maybe we'd have an actual dedicated beryllium train that goes down, and then a miscellaneous train that takes all the ore and all the junk stuff. I think that's probably more likely. In which case, that might be practical. I don't know. And pleasant thought, actually. Yes, plastic. We could turn the. No, the plastic here is completely wasted because it's turned into. I have no frames. I can't even do this. Marc, what are you doing? Are you ripping up all the free power?
Yes, but I've been for some while now.
Okay, it's probably just because I've been talking and talking and talking rather than trying to pan around the map, so I haven't noticed quite so much. Yeah, so this plastic is being completely wasted. this plastic here is being completely wasted because most of it is some of it's being turned into delivery canning capsules, and then they're getting blown up on the way over. So we're not actually seeing any of this plastic anywhere else useful. So there's nothing. But however, Johann's suggestion of turning the oil into plastic and shipping that I do approve of. So at that point, we're not dealing with barrels anymore. We're not dealing with the water we don't care about because it's water. The mineral water, to be honest, I don't think we care about that either. The pyroflux we are using because it's useful. The oil will be turning into plastic, which is a solid and therefore easy to ship. Yeah, that's good. Brilliant. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but yes, thank you. Turning the oil into plastic solves all of the problems. Thank you. I feel kind of stupid for not thinking of that. Where's my water? Here's my water. Right, yeah, we'll turn the oil into plastic and ship that over. So there'll be an output of plastic, of iron ore, copper ore, raw rare metals, stone, coal. Is that everything that comes out of coal mining? I think it probably is. And we'll just sort them out at the bottom and deal with them as appropriate. Awesome. I feel much happier with that idea, actually, because, yeah, I mean, I was talking a big game about just venting the oil off and getting rid of it, but it did feel wrong. I have to admit, I wasn't entirely happy with that idea. Okay. The spaceship research is finished already. Wow. Excellent. And we've got docking clamps in there as well now as a thing to do at some point in the future. An ion. Yeah. We can research ion engines. Sweet.
Yeah.
For some reason, I think of ion engines as being significantly later game than spaceships, but maybe it's because I didn't really start using. No, I don't know why. I don't know why I thought that, but yeah. So we'll just skip.
For your information, I'm back on Norvis if you need a hand manually somewhere.
Cool, thank you. Spaceship structural integrity, that'd be useful as well.
We can research another level as well.
Oh, awesome! You are spoiling us. Right.
And another level, because we've got material 3, don't we?
Yes, we have. Wow. That's
and another level because that adds energy, and another level because that adds energy 2, and another level because that adds energy 3.
Wow. Okay.
Then we need matter science. So we can't get structural integrity 7.
Oh no! And
advanced as well. No, so some of these are using advanced. So we can only get up to 5.
Advanced what?
Tech cards.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even know they were a thing.
No, nor did I.
We haven't researched them.
Advanced tech cards. Here we go. They require bioscrubber, immersion gear wheel, lithium sulfur battery, 2 pylons, space scaffold and plating, and a blank tech card. So,
15 blank tech cards.
15 blank tech cards. Sorry, yes. And that makes 5 of them though. So that's not too bad. That's all stuff we sort of kind of know about.
It's stuff from all over the place, which is a bit weird.
It is, yeah. That's why it's advanced. Yeah, you're right, Johann, about it being whether you go deep, whether you do science deep or wide. But I went wide last time as well. I did tier 1 of everything, and then I think I did tier 2 of everything. It's possible I did tier 2 Astro and tier 3 Astro because I wanted spaceships because they look cool, but I certainly did tier 1s of all the tier 1s first when I was playing on my own. So I don't know why I thought ion engines were later on. Yes, I am thinking of ion engines, Jeremy. I'm not thinking of the antimatter engines. I know they're the ones that don't go down, that can't land. Well, the booster tanks can't land on planets. Yeah, maybe I rushed spaceships. I can't remember, but I thought I went wide rather than deep. I certainly did all of the tier 1s first. But it's possible I did tier 2 Astro, tier 3 Astro, and then came back to do the other tier 2s.
You just thought, ooh, spaceships.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Because as it says, spaceships are cool.
Mark.
Yes.
Once you're looking for the next thing to do, could I request Bio 3, please?
Yes.
Because that's blocking the later structural integrity stuff. I say blocking.
Thinking structural integrity 5 is probably going to keep us pretty happy for a while.
No, we need all of them before we make our first ship.
Oh God. We have run out of iron ingots in space for science?
I think I cannot do the science 3 because we said we don't want to ship any more things off big grid with
you need
rockets,
spaceships
so
for that.
we need spaceships. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Okay, that's fair.
We are pretty close to having spaceships. So
That's
what the hell's happening here, Mark? What is this?
This is my happy circle of science.
Right. Is it a science sushi system?
Yes.
I see. Okay. I mean, sure.
do you think you're requesting iron ingots up in?
I don't know. I just noticed there weren't any.
Because I do down here doesn't think you're requesting any.
Right. Let's follow the trail back and see where it goes cold. Let's try to follow the trail back and see where it gets cold, but I don't have enough. Can I have a few more frames per second, please, Tristan? Mark has been stealing them all. I would like them back. That seems okay. That seems to be better. Slightly. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Tiny bit more. Mark is being very mean.
Massive flood of bots.
There we go. That's better.
Putting up free power.
Right. So down here we have no iron ingots. We are theoretically requesting. I mean, if it's not sent, we are requesting minus 100. So we should be asking for 100 of them. And usually when I ask for 100 of them, a bajillion appear. Has 100 and 102 been put into the rocket or something equally ridiculous?
No, there's none in the rocket.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I see a minus 100 there. That's being fed over to this, which is getting the minus 100. Which is being output there.
You're right, Johan. Someone will have to go back and have a look at the past videos and work out what order I did the sciences in. Yeah, well, most of the sciences are relatively straightforward once you've done the previous ones because they follow the same sort of general ideas. Yes, that's true. Bio 3, isn't there a third type of bio sample to produce for Bio 3? Just stockpile frames throughout the week so I have a surplus for the stream. That would be lovely if I could just leave Factorio running and have a big pile of several million frames available. I mean, and then we can just run the game as fast as I want. That'd be lovely. I mean, we've made quite a lot of frames here. It's just unfortunately they're observation frames rather than per second frames. So yeah, they're not fully compatible. Oh yes, you're right. You go. Yes, it's green squishy thing. Blue squishy, purple squishy thing, purple squishy thing, and then blue squishy thing. Yeah, you're quite right. I do remember. I can't remember what's in Bio 4, but yeah, I remember that Energy and Astro require you to send off probes to other parts of the solar system.
No wait, I blame Mark. He's deconstructed stuff around the second rocket.
Oh right,
yes. and it's waiting for both rockets to be happy before it requests any trains. The ingot supply.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Well, to be honest, we should be replacing at some point. We need to replace the rocket with a sushi train. Should we just do that? Screw it.
Could you explain what? So ping where the arrows?
I'm not sure where it is, but this rocket had a signal coming out of it going somewhere.
I didn't.
That then went up to here. I'm not sure.
Okay, because
you probably removed a single pylon that looks like it's not needed.
I didn't. I removed only belts, but you guys are using belts as a pylon.
Extender.
Yeah, sometimes.
Extender, yeah, that's here is an empty one. That's probably has to go somewhere.
Yeah, probably. I could either.
That's connected to the signal of everything that's supposed to go into the into the main rocket, the bus rocket. So I don't know what that's doing, but I suspect it's not linked to what Tristan's talking about. Okay. I followed the cable the other way to a pylon so I could see what signal was on it. Yeah, should we get rid of all of the if we get rid of the rocket system? That could be our next project because it's only 10:20 and that'll only take us a couple of hours to do, maybe 3 hours, because it's just going to be and set up a train for the bus because I mean it's going to be rattling back and forth quite a lot. I imagine. Well, actually, it's not going to be going that much because it's going to have 100 stacks. It's a fifth of a rocket. It's going to be going 5 times as often as a rocket, and the rockets don't go that often, so it's probably going to be all right. So that means everything that goes into that rocket, everything that's on the request list, on the shopping list, needs to be put into some sort of joiner down there. That's going to be a lot of things. Okay. There are 3 parts to this build that leap to mind off the top of my head. The first one is all of the stuff that goes around this, basically around this area to load up for loading the train itself and all the circuitry there.
We're using that one, aren't we?
That's relatively straightforward. Yeah, because there's a bit more room around that one. The second part is going to and bringing all the belts up to there from the bus that's going to be sort of formed down below it. The second part is bringing all of the ingredients that are in the stations that are being dropped and put onto the bus down there. And the third and most fiddly and awkward and annoying part is going to be bringing along all of the sort of the extra things that are currently being fed along the bus, that are being made on the bus and then fed along it to the rocket. Things like science packs and motors and engines and yes, all of that.
We're not using warehouses anymore, are we?
No, we're not. So we can get rid of that warehouse. That's fine. Who wants to do the difficult bit? Shall I do it? Oh, bloody hell, that is a lot of bots.
I lost track of what was what.
Okay, basically, one person does the putting stuff into the train and getting it off this sort of bus thing down here.
Yep.
So that area. We need one person to bring belts down from all of these stations. All around here. And we need one person to run belts backwards along the bus from all the places where things are built, and all the way down through the station area and down to the bottom to be put into to be added into the main upstream.
Yeah, I think you skipped. There's that stuff needs to be done in orbit as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. Well, if we start with those, and whoever finishes first can get on with the Norbit part.
Whoever finishes last can do more.
I did correct myself. Thank you very much. Okay, well, I'm happy to get started with the with the bus bit because I feel bad volunteering anyone else to do it. Basically.
Oh, from all the way over there.
Yeah, well, some things are going to be, like not so much belts, or furnaces, but just I don't think there's anything being backfed onto going up to the bus. But yeah, there's going to be some things like, up to the rocket from the bus. But there's going to be things like, well, I don't know. Oh yeah, here we go. These science cards. Those, for example, will need to go all the way back along the bus in the opposite direction.
For people's reference, I've put whoever's doing that because I found it useful on my one. I've put the constant combinators that are up in space.
Oh, nice.
That's just copy paste of them.
That's really useful. Good thinking. I've gone ping. Ooh, it's Okinawa again. Hello, Okinawa. You got 10 people with you this time. Fantastic. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, all of you. You join us just as we're thinking that, hey, we've got this rocket over here. Somewhere. This rocket over here is taking massive quantities of basically everything, although apparently at the moment it's mostly lithium sulfur batteries, up to orbit to go onto our space bus up here. No, that's Norvis. Look at Norvis orbit, Laurence. It's onto our space, so it lands here, unloads onto our bus. And we don't want to use rockets anymore because they're wasteful. And over here, we have a nice happy space elevator. So we're thinking, why don't we just rattle a train up here and send it up to bring all that nonsense, all that lovely nonsense up here and unload it over here instead of bringing it up by rocket. The problem with this is that there's an awful lot of different things being fed into the rocket, as you can see from all of these belts coming through here. So we need to then somehow get all of these things fed into the system over there. Now, some of them are going to be comparatively easy. So things like copper we're going to be shipping up as copper ingots, so that's going to be sorted out. But things like glass and iron and copper and green circuits and that sort of stuff, we're dropping all of that off at these stations over here already, basically at the head end of the bus. So they're being fed down our main bus over here, and we have these belts that are bringing them down here already. So we can go. So all of these belts can now be split off and go up to. We can split off all of these belts and bring them up to here and bring them into the train in the appropriate quantities. So that's not too bad. The fiddly bit is stuff like all of the science cards, like these things, and maybe modules. I don't know if we're shipping any of those up in that. And maybe these things, do they go up in the rocket? I think they do. And all the motors and things, all of those, they come out onto the bus like this, and then they just go. In most cases, they just go off to the right. So I'm going to need to go in and put in lots and lots of left-going belts like this one, and then run this all the way across here, and then down through here somehow, down here to join in with all of this stuff. Probably maybe down over here or something to keep out of the way. I don't know. It's going to be a tangle, or maybe through this gap here. That looks possible. So yeah, that's going to be interesting, but hopefully there'll be room to get all of that through. So that's where I am right now, and we shall carry on with this and see how it goes. So yeah, that brings you up to date. And also we've dropped down to 34 frames per second because Marc is demolishing all of our free power stuff up here, and you can see how busy the bots are. Just look at all those. That's astonishing. So, however, we are optimistic that in the long run, ripping up all of these buildings will help with our UPS in the future. So having got rid of them, getting rid of them is an absolute nightmare, but once we've got rid of them, hopefully things will be a little bit better, but we shall see. So yes, I volunteered to do all of these belts. So let's see. When I get to the question is, when I get to the end of the bus here, how do I go through? I could punch through this gap here, where there's a spaceship in the way, which we're sort of trying to protect a little bit. They could come through here and then down here and round and through up along this gap, or I could try and break them out along here, bring them down this way, round the bottom of here, then down here on another strip of landfill, and across here, and then feed them up along here. And I think that might actually be slightly better. Just keeps things slightly more out of the way. And there should be plenty of room for things to dribble across the bus along here. So let's do that. We'll start off with... I'll start... go on.
Just had a thought. Science, we don't want on the same train, presumably. Because there's no point that going up to the bus.
That's a good point, actually, yeah. So, well, there is already a train taking the science from the bus to the science park. So, whilst it is a little bit silly, I'd say I think
will work.
I think we got I think we probably want to keep that train there because we've got the 4 spacey sciences being made up there and being put onto that train essentially with that train in mind. So, whilst I very much take your point that it's a bit of a sort of a double handle, science is packed down quite nicely, so we'll be able to fit a lot of them into the train.
It's completely daft, but we're going to do it.
It's a bit daft, but it's not completely daft because we are going to have all of the other things. Sorry, bad braining there. Because we are going to have that train rattling backwards and forwards anyway with the other 4 sciences on it, so we might as well add in the additional 6 just for the hell of it. I think that's my sort of gut feeling anyway.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. It occurred to me, so I thought I'd mention it.
Yep, that's fair. How far can I go with a blue belt? Not far enough. I don't know where the gaps in this bus are supposed to be anymore. I don't think I care. As long as I can find suitable gaps to go through. Right, there we go. That's the first one done. For limited values of done. Then we come along here. This one also needs to go down. I think the way to do this is that's red. So I think the way to do this is going to be to make these go under like that, and then I can put a splittometron. I can get rid of that and that. Then I can put in a blue splitter in here like that. Immediately pass this round up here like this. And I could bring this round and bring it over here a little bit, but I think I'm still close enough to this end that I'm just going to punch it straight down through. I think that's going to be significantly easier. So we go from there in exactly the same way. We go down there, 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 and out, down here. Okay, two things. Are automation packs required up in space? I need to have a I need to have a sort of a screen view of what's in all of these things. And no. Okay, automation cores are not being sent up. Okay, that's convenient because that was a bit sort of tangled in as well, along with everything else. It's an enormous flood of bots with blue belts flying past, but that's how I expect it. So that's automation cores are join the bus here. Then we have these small electric motors, which I've done. There are green circuits, which I do not need to be done. They're coming off the bus here anyway. So it's things that are joining the bus that I'm looking for, and that's quite hard to find. What else? So this is where we're making all of the inserters. So inserters are being brought up, but I think they're all being delivered by logistics bot, which is kind of gross, but oh well. They are for sort of construction, so I don't feel too bad about that. Then we're making greenhouses. Don't care about that. They're not even being fed onto the bus. Missiles and things. What are these the basic tech cards, or are they the blank tech cards? These are the blank tech cards, right? So these do need to go up into space because we're going to need them for the advanced science and majiggery. So along here we will split this like that, and we will run. We're just doing all this with blue belts, I think. So we'll run, even though it's only coming out on a yellow belt, but never mind. We'll bring this along here like this. Of course, there's weird stuff going on with the green belt, green circuits, because of course there is. Can I get straight under that? I can. Excellent. And under that as well. Yeah, lovely. And I've overshot. Where was the last one thing of these? So there's those there and those there. Right. So I'll bring that over to. Don't put that there. That's silly. That isn't going to work. Right, there we go. Bring this one over to here and then go down like this. Okay, so that's blank tech cards. Then we have red science, which already has a splitter in it. What's going on here? What is that doing? Oh, that was for the basic tech cards that we no longer use and has been ripped up and got rid of. Okay, so those have been brought all the way down here to this row. Okay, so let's chuck in another splitter here. Let's do. Oh, these are still programmed to yellow. Let's upgrade these to blues because that's what I'm using along here. And I probably should have done that ages ago. Right, and blue splitter goes like that. And belt along here, and keep an eye out for, yes, this bit where all of the belts are heading downwards. Put that like that, and under. Oh, no, don't do that. Under and down there. So that's 4 things done. This is going to be a somewhat slow process. But anyway, red tech cards, ammunition, don't care. Tank shells, don't care. Green tech cards do care. They're on a belt right. Why are they on a belt right up here? Oh, of course, yes, because there were 2 things on the other one. I don't know what's going on here. I'm just going to pull that bit up and then put in. I probably shouldn't be putting in splitters like this. Come to think of it, I should be running the belts backwards to get all the stuff back off them. Oh, can't do that. There's already a belt there. Okay. This isn't a blue belt. Never mind. I put that belt in the wrong way around. Sort it out, Laurence. There we go. Is that a iron power pole? It is. It's an iron pylon. And it's powering a pump that's pulling water out of the tiniest puddle ever, and that pump has been supplying the entire bus for the entire game from this tiny, tiny little puddle.
Classic Factorio.
Yeah. Oh no, that won't work. I'm sorry that my bot abuse disgusts you, madman. I don't feel, as I was saying, I don't feel too bad about using bots for. Can I reach? No, I can't. Using bots for bringing out things that are used for building. If they're used for science or that sort of thing, or they're a resource like that, then it's wrong. But if they're just being brought over because they're being used somewhere to make buildings, then I don't think it's so bad. Green, right? Well, you are iron beams for making. But you're for making these engines presumably. So these big engines need to be brought out. And they are already being brought backwards along the bus. Is this because I did them earlier because I was talking about them? No, they're just being brought out along the bus and already. Oh, okay. Somebody. This will be a Mike's doing. He's already done what I was doing with all the other things for the big petrol engines. Because they're needed. Yes, because he needed them for something else. Rail is an interesting one because we need rail for making space rail. Does that go up in the rocket? It must do. How else would it get there?
Yeah.
Okay. How am I going to fit this? This is kind of tight. Oh no, this is easy. I'll just get rid of that bit. Put in that there and that there. And then I can put that there. And this here. Okay, that works, I guess. Oop, too far. That needs to come down to doot, 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 doot. There we go. Bot madness. Okay, so that's rails. What's next? What comes after railways? Well, there's all these sort of the stations and things. Those can be brought up. Those can be brought over by bot and signals as well. They're smaller quantities. I don't care about that. Oh, thank you. Thanks to the resub Smurf. Thank you, much appreciated. 3-month streak. Nice. I approve of that. Space trains are being made down here as well. That's interesting. Probably because all the ingredients are made down here. This is all combat stuff. Walls. We're not bringing walls up. Assembly machines. We're definitely not bringing them up. There's no down belts coming out of anywhere along here, I don't think. I can't see any. If I do miss anything, I can come back and get it later. But no, this is all just making infrastructure stuff. Now these, what are these? Electronic components. Those I'm pretty sure we are taking electronic components up to space. So I'll need to put in a splitter there. Can I feed this all up? Oop, no. No. There we go. You know, I might as well come back and do the big electric motors as while I'm going along here as well, because they're definitely going to be needed. Our entire bus is now becoming made of Marc belts. I mean, I suppose a bus almost inherently is just really, really long belts, isn't it? Because that's just how that's just what makes a bus. Wait, have I missed? Oh, I miscounted. Never mind. There's a gap in it. I don't care. Then we come over here and we see the big electric motors, and we know we definitely need those. Why am I? Let's do this with a blue belt, because using blue belts along here, even though yes, obviously they're not going to be able to run flat out constantly with the blue belt because there isn't going to be the throughput for it. Alright, let's do something really disgusting here. Check this out. Yeah, even though they're not going to be able to run sort of completely constantly with a blue belt like that because they just don't have because they're being fed by yellow belts, it does mean that they'll keep a certain amount of buffer on the belt, which can be pulled through as quickly at full blue belt speed. So it's actually, yes, you've got these gaps along here, but once the thing fills up and starts to back up, everything from here. Everything all the way back up to here can be pulled through at high speed and then filled up while the train is off doing other things. So I think that's probably not as bad as it sort of feels at first glance. So here we go. This is the electronic components. Then we move on to another type of science card. So these are being fed onto the green belt here. So presumably that means we can carry on putting them on the green belt. Whoever's doing the rocket loading end, will you be upset if multiple science cards arrive on the same belt? Is that going to throw you off? Is anybody doing the other end of this?
We've got someone on that end.
Okay. Right, green is coming in on the top here. That is acceptable. As long as let's just make sure the blues are going to stay on the bottom. Yes, they are. Swooping in with hordes of red belts like that. Lovely. Right, so we can do that. Get rid of that bit. Put that there. Let's carry on redding this up all the way along here, because why not? This is why not, because it's got fiddly. Right. Of course, one of the next things to do after we've done all of this is going to be going along these belts and turning them round to feed all of these. Oh no! That's a mess. Never mind, it's kind of sorted. Oh no, actually no, it wasn't a mess beforehand. Oh yes, it must have been. No, no, I'm confused. Oh, they were on the inside anyway.
You turned them.
No, yeah, that bit I got. It was something else that was confusing me. Oh no, and that bit. Let's just do that. No, it was. I was wondering why it hadn't been worse before. But yeah, they were the blue cards were on the inside of that belt. Yeah.
The thing I found entertaining is I wouldn't have bothered fixing that. It would have sorted itself out.
Oh, true, it would. Yeah. Oh well, never mind.
Just one of the wrong ones would have been loaded.
Yeah, that's true. Oop, not you, not you. Right. Okay, so where had I got to with all of that? This is I can't even tell. Here, this one, where we're making the blue science. Then we're making sulfuric acid, and the military science here. That's coming out down the middle. So this belt also needs to be turned around. In fact, you know what? Let's find the other end of this belt and see if there's another science pack on it, and do them both sort of together. Yes, because here we go. The yellows are going onto this one as well. So from here, let's go right up to the end. Take this belt and just go like this. We get to here. They're being fed onto it. That's absolutely fine. Keep going along here. The question is, the other end, it's going to be awkward because the grey science is going to be being put onto the wrong side of the belt, I imagine. But we'll just have to spaghetti that when we get to it. Oh no, it's been put onto the correct side of the belt. Awesome. So in that case, we can just carry on like this. All the way over here. To about here, wherever the next space is. Which is here. So we go down. Okay, we don't go down in the next space because there's a lube pipe in the way, but that's okay. We can just skip one. And then maybe see if we put something else in it later, maybe not. There's a very small hole in the ground there that we have underground belted under. Fine, I don't care. It's blue belts, they're cheap. Kind of cheap. So that's here. That's the military tech cards. Filters, don't care. Roboports, don't care. Robots, don't care. Roboframes, don't care. Batteries, do care. Batteries are going onto the bus and definitely going into the rocket in suitable quantities. They're also been coming from somewhere else. What? Oh, no, batteries are coming from the bus, from off bus and being brought in that way. So that means that's somebody else's responsibility, or at least it's a different job. It may end up being me who does that job as well. We don't know at this point, but at least it's somebody else's responsibility.
Oh, no. Fancy batteries are already there. Normal batteries are not yet.
Okay, they are in the station area, but they might not be on the they might not
There'll
be
be one that
bus
I
yet.
sort out at some point.
Right, so I've done that, so that's fine. There's a rocket leaving. It's a satellite rocket, not a supply rocket though. Solar panels are just being passed straight round to there. Okay, apparently we're not sending solar panels up to space, which is interesting because I thought that was where we made them into. Maybe we're making solar panels somewhere else as well because I did something dumb. Okay, so we have the data coming out here. Oh, we should stop launching these rockets from down here. We should start launching them from space at some point with the space launch facility. I can't remember if I ever did that.
Researched.
Okay, that'll be worth doing. Stick it on the to-do list. Move that to there and get rid of that. And then I can put in a splitometron here like that. And then a belt like this. And this is the joy of having built a main bus properly, is that pretty much all the time, until you get to something like this, you can just drag straight along it and put the belts in place. However, you do need to get stuff off it like that. It's just whoever did that probably should have put some underground belts in there. However, if they had, then it wouldn't have actually done any good because I would have needed to rotate them, turn them round, and probably upgrade them to blue anyway. So you know, it doesn't actually matter. And I
may have done that at least. If they were already blue, it would have done that. It would have turned them around for you.
Okay. Maybe it would have worked.
I don't know
how
if the upgrading works like that.
So what was that? That was, I don't even know what I just did. Oh, yes, that was these things. So the next one is the rocket control modules, which is this one. Comes all the way down here. Oh, and that already does go to the left. Does it go all the way, all the way, all the way? No, it stops randomly part way along after being taken off upwards for... What the hell? What's this use? Oh, nuclear bombs. Right. Okay.
One of those classic things to have at the start of the bus.
No, don't do that bit. Don't do that bit. Oh. Bloody hell. Oh, I overshot anyway. They should have come down here somehow. Alright, okay. yes, nuclear bombs appear very, very early on the bus because they are that important to us. Right, so that's rocket control modules. I've turned alt mode off, which is unhelpful. There we go. So that's rocket control modules here. And then over here, what's going on here? What is going on here? Oh, this is making oil refineries, and I sincerely hope this is making something else as well. Because this is making rocket parts. No, this is making all of the sort of the fat pipes and the turbines and the big tanks and all that sort of shenaniganery. Okay, that's all fine. We'll leave that. There's nothing being passed back out onto the bus there, so it's irrelevant. Modules, same. Not passing anything onto the bus. Right, here we go. Gold tech cards. I think I did that one. Yes, I did. Excellent. Then nuclear power plant stuff. Space, meteor defense ammunition. None of this is being passed back onto the bus, so this is all fine. So that's scrap. That doesn't count as being passed onto the bus. More rocket control module. This is where we're making all the rocket parts and nonsense like that. The spaceship rocket batteries. Discharged batteries are being somethinged here. Where are these going?
Yeah, they're doing what you're about to do, essentially.
Okay, so you've already done them, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And I think...
Same with the boss name for memory cards.
Oh, right. Okay, yes. Great. Okay, cool. In that case, I think I'm done with running the bus backwards. Yeah, spot on, Doopy. That's exactly what we're doing. We're taking all of the things that go down the bus and then go into the rocket, and now being brought down the bus to the other end to go into the trains, which is, as you can imagine, a lot of fun. It's a lot of belts, certainly. I might bring... You know what? I'm just going to bring this one across to join the rest of them, and then bring them all down in a massive swoop. I can't be bothered to do the sort of to bring them across and then bring them down here. So I'm just going to bring them down here, even though that means quite a bit more landfill, because we have more landfill than we know what to do with, basically. So bring that down here like this. And then over here, we're going to form another row of it, I think. Only needs to go as far as here, though. So that goes to here.
We've only got 31k landfill.
Oh, maybe I should be more careful with it then. I don't know how far down to go. Okay, it's here. There we go. Now, of course, most of this is going to be way outside the Roboport network. Oh, actually, no, not very. Most of it's inside the Roboport network. Wow. Mark, you have been busy. No wonder we don't have any UPS. Jeez. I am horrified by the sheer size of our Roboport network, I have to admit. It's just crazy. Yeah, exactly. No, God. You start off with the basics: iron, copper, bricks, gears, green circuits, then nukes. Well, I mean, that's pretty much order of importance, isn't it? Really, because you need the nukes to push the biters back. Fine. Oh, okay. So using the space bus on the ground with a small warehouse to split off what you need, rather than splitters for each item. So do you mean at a point like this, where I'm pulling off the small electric motors, for example, you'd stick a warehouse in here instead, and have it feed out these things that way, and then the motors upwards. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, as long as you set it up so that you don't get too much into the warehouse and have massive stockpiles of things, and also have massive waste of. And then probably have it jam up. If you set it to not go any higher than, say, 100 of each item in the warehouse, then yeah, actually that could work quite nicely.
If you wanted to avoid the splitter, you could also just do it with a chest. Assuming you've got loaders.
No, but putting in a warehouse or a whatever the 4x4 warehouse in here means you then don't have to worry about all the undergrounds and things.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you have multiple things coming off similar areas of the bus at the same time, then it makes it even easier as well. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I quite like that. It's you might run into UPS hell from it, because we believe that warehouses and things aren't great for UPS, but from a sort of a technical point of view, it's an interesting idea, and I think should work. Yeah, should work quite nicely. Oh, and good point. Yes, you could also use it to split the bus. Yeah, that would work. Madman reckons that having that many loaders would hurt, though, and he might well be right. It does seem like quite a lot of loaders, I have to admit. Right, so now we have blue belts. I don't care if there's a tree in the way. Just build me my damn belts. No. Just copy, please. Don't hold down shift when you don't mean to, Laurence. Right, there we go. I'm not sure what that sounded. That sounded like a sort of a slightly muted version of some kind of heavy machine gun. Let's do it again. Oh, it didn't sound quite so good from this far zoomed out. I'll zoom in again when I do it again, and when I do it again in a moment. Not you. Okay, and then along here, actually let's put in a bit more landfill like that, and then we can have them just turn up and go upwards that way. Oh yeah, of course it would. All right, I'll go back and fix that in a minute. That's fine. Shame the pylons are always in the way, but then that's because the pylons are everywhere. So. I guess if I just do this then. What happened? Why did what? Seriously? Oh no, this is what I meant to do. Oh no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work! Ah. Oh. Game fail.
No. Disappointing.
Unplayable. Why am I only doing one of them at a time? Let's do both of them. Literally unplayable. I don't know why I'm putting these as close to the electric poles as I can. Making them much, much longer would save a not insignificant amount of resource for making the all of the blue belts and undergrounds and things, but never mind. Right, I think I need to put in... I need to... Marc, where are you? I know you're on I know you said you're on Norvis, but...
Here.
Okay, you're quite a long way away from where I was thinking. I was going to say, hey, do you fancy going and putting a Roboport here? But I might actually need a couple of Roboport. But no, it's a long track. I can probably just put a Roboport in construction mode here, and it'll get most. Will it get most of the here? Where's my? Oh, there's my bridge. Right. Okay, so I'll put that there. And then a pylon next to it like that. I think that's going to cover. The this bit that's missing. If not, it'll at least give me enough range to build one on this island and so on, so I can go from there. So down here is all okay. Across here, there's a bit of a gap here, annoyingly. Let's put that again here. And that here, and I suppose here. They will build. I think yes. I'm pretty sure they'll build something that's partly in a construction area like that, and that'll light up this whole area. Right, now it's my turn to cause an absolute bot frenzy. How's our blue? I wonder how our blue belt supply is holding up. We have 1,200 in there, 1,100 in there, and 1,700 in there. I think we're probably going to be okay. And we have Tristan's sort of swirl over going on over here as well. Right. So yeah, we've got like 5,000 belts. That's probably going to keep us going for a little while. So the next thing I wanted to think about is over here.
Disappointed in you. You didn't look at the bar chart.
Oh yeah, I forget that that's the thing because I don't tend to make those myself, and so I forget we have one. Sorry.
Nor do I. It just occurred to me, so I thought I'd make it.
Yeah, it's a nice idea. I do like those sort of things. Actually, I don't think I realised that blue belts were on it. I thought it was mostly resources and intermediates.
All belts are on it.
Okay, I assumed it was basically stuff like iron and plastic and copper and circuits and yeah, basically resources and intermediates. Alright, this is going to be another corner bit here. There's a bit there. I took the opportunity. Right. So yes, we need another fiddly corner bit. So I'm going to extend that landfill over this way a bit, just in case, because this one is certainly going to have to go around it, and this one, yeah, these two belts are going to have to go around the pylon rather than under it because they just can't at this point. And there's a little bit of manual stuff along here. I could have copied and pasted the other corner I did. I might have had to flip it and rotate it and stuff, but that wouldn't be too difficult. But I'm basically done now, so I've started, so I'll finish. Right, and then it's just these ones that need to come in over here in order to go round the pylon. So we don't need those two. Wow. I don't, as you can probably potentially tell from the way I'm getting sort of excited about some of these noises and things like that, I don't often build in quite this way in Factorio. It's just sort of, my constructions don't tend to, I don't tend to build out however many thousands of pieces of belt I'm doing at the moment in one go quite like this. It tends to be a bit more of a sort of a, I don't tend to put out enormous sweeping bus type things like this all at the same time. Yes, you are linked up. Excellent. So how far do you guys go? Not that far. I guess we're going to have to then bridge it again here, like that, which is slightly unfortunate. But we can do that, and then, yeah, from there we're in the same sort of realms as all the rest of them, so we can then hop it again here, and then here, and then, I don't know. We get the merging of all these bajillion belts is going to be an interesting one at the top. But then we managed it with the rocket before, so I mean it's doable. It's just going to be a bit of a mess. The mod, you don't need a mod to show the FPS. It's just somewhere in the F4 menu, I think. Yes, there we go. Hit F4, click Show FPS on. Make sure you've got the Always tab selected, and then click Show FPS at the top. You can also show a clock as well, which tells me it's nearly bedtime. But you know, it's exciting, so I'm going to carry on. You can also show the time usage, which in theory tells you what's slowing your game down. But when I looked at those at that earlier, I wasn't able to really work it out. Yes, I could have moved the pylon. In fact, I could have just deleted the pylon since it's sort of on its own and it's on a corner of the grid and not actually doing anything. But I didn't.
Marc very carefully placed that pylon.
He did, yes.
Ages ago.
Yes, it has to be exactly there, or everything will break. I guess it's like that Factorio challenge we were talking about a while back, where once you've placed a building, you aren't allowed to pick it up again. I think pylons and belts are excluded from that, but once you put down an assembler or a chemical plant or anything like that, it's permanent. It's not going anywhere. It's not allowed to go anywhere.
My feeling is it's once
it's run. Yes, sorry. Yes, you're right. That was it. So yeah, you can sketch and design stuff a bit. Oh, you think belts as well?
Yeah, but once they've passed an item.
maybe it does seem significantly it seems significantly harder like that. But I guess if that's what you're going for, then yes, you could. Oh, I better go underground here, or people will be cross with me. In fact, let's just do it like that. There we go.
You're going to be off by 1. That's okay though.
Sorry, off by 1 what? Oh, 2.
I was wondering if it would be it wouldn't quite line up because of the.
No, fortunately it was bigger, so it was off by it was off above and below. Yeah, blowing stuff up is also cheating. Oh, putting down the permanent vehicles thing, so you can only put down once you put down a vehicle, you can't pick it back up again. I mean, that makes a certain amount of sense. How often do you go into the car park? Do you drive somewhere and pull over a park and then go, right, I shall now pick my car up? Exactly. I mean, it would save on parking.
Drive smart cars.
Well, I mean, my car only weighs twice the world deadlift record. Totally carryable, right? Exactly. You save a fortune. You wouldn't have to. Yeah, you never have to pay for parking. Right, I've done my bit. Next.
I've got sidetracked into sorting out stations.
Oh, Tristan. Yeah, picking a train up and putting it in your pocket also feels fairly silly. Can the engineer generate fissile material with his bare hands? Because you can't pocket Kovarex. You can turn uranium-235 into nuclear fuel, sure. I think. I'm not even sure if you can. I think in this mod you'd probably die if you tried it, or at least you take a little bit of damage. But I don't think you can actually generate fissile material, because no hand covericity. Right, so that was part 1. Part 2. Oh, part 2 was bringing down everything from all of the other stations. Actually, could somebody go over and look at the I want somebody to help me. So one person to look at the feeds that are going into the rocket and basically name them all, so we can check them all off at this end, make sure everything's been remembered. And so one person to look at the feeds going into the rocket, the other person to look at what's arriving at the other end. But actually, let's wait for that until all the belts have been put in and we actually have all of the stuff down here. We are going to see a massive spike in production of, well, everything.
Was to fill up all the belts.
To fill up all the belts, yeah. Oh. That was there. That's where I filled in. And I saw a pylon up there that's got a... yes, that one. Yes, you. That seems... Well, I don't know. It might be how power is getting to somewhere or somewhere else. I'm not going to be brave enough to cut the cable here, just in case it turns out to be not a cable that should be cut. I see somebody cut the belts where I was putting them in, just to make sure we don't get stuff flowing through before we're ready. I mean, that is probably sensible, to be honest. Sorry?
Wasn't me.
Okay. I see Marcus.
Where?
Here.
I mean,
and it's probably sensible, but yeah, I was sort of Marcus thrown.
Nope.
Oh.
I assume you just didn't build them.
Clearly, then I must have not. Maybe
no
it
one's
was
cut them because there's a tree on the left-hand end.
Well, they might have removed the planning instructions. All right, I'll put them in now then. Now I've finished the other belts.
Finished planning the belts at least.
Yeah,
they're still being built.
Yeah, well, I've just noticed that when a bot takes a tree away, a load of branches fall off the tree and land on the ground. I've never been quite that zoomed in before. I didn't realise that happened. Right, stuff. I feel like there's obvious things missing from here, like the big motor, big engines, but I know that's because Mike's already done it. and that tree is bothering me because it's lying across the belts. And doof, and you see the pile of branches dropped. And also all of the circuits and there's lots and lots of very obvious basic Factorio things that are not here because they've already been taken off because they've already been removed from the bus and taken from another station. So I think this is probably pretty good. We'll find out. And the bots can play Pipe Mania down here and see if they can build all of the belts up before the stuff gets to them.
I suspect the answer is no.
I suspect the answer is probably no as well. I mean, there's quite a lot of bots coming in, and the bots move faster than the belts, but I also suspect the answer is probably no. Does anyone else try and play Pipe Mania sometimes when they're putting belts down? You get the stuff to start flowing down the belts, and then just run along trying to place the belts faster than the whatever it is can travel along them. Sometimes it's really easy because because it's just drag a long straight belt, and then sometimes it's really difficult because you have to put in lots of underground or wiggly bits or fiddly bits or just sometimes it's harder. Right, said Fred. I need some belt coming out of the top of there so we can limit it. Got the receiver in up here that doesn't have power, but might have. No, it's not even programmed yet. That's fine. We're not actually doing anything with it yet, so that doesn't matter. There's a. Oh, I see. Oh right, yes. You're taking the taking all of the stuff that comes out of the unloading stations down. Yes, we did discuss that actually. Yeah, so bring it all the way down onto this landmass down here. And then start shenaniganing it down there.
Ah, the landfill's being built.
Yes, that does look quite funky with the obviously just the landfill for the blueprints. So lovely. So a needle pulling thread. Let's have a look at these stations. So we've got blue circuits being drawn off. We've got. I don't even know what this station is for. Oh, it actually is red circuits. I saw some in there and I was going, what? Hang on, what's going on here? Red circuits are being pulled out as well. It probably should be being pulled off this one, really, but never mind. Hopefully having everything not going to the rocket anymore will massively take the load off the what's being produced on the bus. Got stone, yes, stone's going that way. Green circuits are going that way. Plastic is going that way. Sulfur is going that way. Rare metals, bricks, silicon is not. I don't think we need silicon in space.
We took Mark took silicon up, and then Mark sent all the silicon down. But I think we don't use any up there.
Glass, tick.
Is that right, Mark? Was that
the steel?
To Norbis.
To Norbit.
Norbit, yeah. I don't remember.
What's going on with the steel? Probably Tristan.
I'm gonna switch it to ingots.
Oh, okay, cool. And the same with the copper. Yeah,
yes.
Looks like. Cool. Process fuel, don't care. Iron ingots. Oh yes, there's a belt going to the trains. Nice. So I'll leave you to do the steel and copper. Sort out the steel and copper.
Yep. They've got alarms that are going to go off when they're empty.
Okay, sweet. I meant the feeding them over to the train system because iron has clearly been done, and it looks like I'm assuming.
Copper, I'm not going to. Steel is already going in plate form. Copper, I'm not going to do because it's coming off the smeltery over there.
Oh yeah, of course it is. Yep, fair enough. Explosives, uraniums, batteries, heat shield tiles, low density structures, not lube. But we're thinking about liquids separately. And solid fuel, all being brought over. Yeah, I think we probably do need all of those, actually. Okay, nice. That row is done. Down here, aeroframe scaffold. Yes. Wood, no. But I don't think we have any need for wood in space. Uranium, yes. What are you? Are you an empty station? No, your lithium sulfur batteries. Those we definitely do. Oh, they are being sent to space. That's fine. Or sent to the train. That's fine. What are you? Oh, you're immersium plates. No, we won't send those because those come from off-planet, and therefore we might as well just bring them in by spaceship. Sorry, no God, I've spoilt your the race you're watching. I'll go down there and have another look in a minute. Lithium is not. Lithium is not. Maybe we'll have to put lithium down there. Let's see. Has anything actually won the race? Not quite. And the moment of truth. What's going to get through first? It's the. Technically, it was the gold tech cards, kind of, with the military ones right behind them in a weird way, and then the rocket control modules.
Because outer corners.
Oh, maybe. I was going to say so the technicality was because of the because that one what's the word I'm looking for? Military tech card on the top. Oh, and it's then the small electric motors. Oh, and then a very, very close one between the electronic components and the rails, but I think the electronic components just pipped them to it. I'm going to stop watching this race now because I was in the middle of something. Yes, lithium. Lithium we definitely need in space because that's where you get plasma. So
yeah, I think that's the one thing that's left.
Yep. Well, so I shall do that now. And we have a convenient, massive, great splittermatron here. So let's just come straight off that to down here, and then go. Yeah, with the amount of lag that we get from this from the current frame rate or whatever it is that causes it, I tend to miss a couple of squares when I start dragging something.
Ah.
Like that. Oh, it's one square that time. If I go slower, then it's okay. But yeah.
So it's you start dragging as soon as you click rather than click and drag.
Apparently. And it's normally fine, but when I'm not the server, it's not so fine. Right. Well, that is now definitely very much down here. Okay. So the fiddly bit now is going to be getting all of these things out of these buses and up here. What are all the? Oh, I see. There's some belts that haven't been finished. Probably for exactly the reasons I'm about to start filling my everything the chests of shame up with more shame. But that's probably going to happen anyway. What can I do? Apart from be more careful, which seems unrealistic. Okay, we are nearly at the point where I'm ready for somebody to go and have a look at the rocket and start naming things.
I can head over there in a moment.
I'm just waiting for red and green science, big electric motors, and satellite data to make their way over. To be honest, that's few enough things that I might be able to remember them. So, yeah, if you could, please.
Right, we have copper plates, which we replaced with copper ingots.
So I need. Right, I haven't quite thought through how I'm going to mark these. Right, it's actually going to be basically all of these. All of these are going to go, aren't they? So
you could drop out an entire column, or two entire columns, and then add one to each one that you're actually wanting to include.
You mean delete two?
Does that make sense? Yeah. So you have that on all of them.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And then each of the ones you want, you do that, and then that tells you, okay, build up this one.
I shall, in hindsight, despite having just asked you to go and have a look, I shall go through and do the ones that are really obviously going to be being sent up to space first.
Do you not want to think about them, because otherwise you do one that's right next to another one, and end up making it silly. You don't have to seriously spaghetti in one because you blocked it up because of the way you've built the
no, because I can just bring it out from further over to the right if I realise I missed something. I don't think there's anything on here that we don't want, with the possible exception of concrete, because that's being delivered by delivery cannon. But I think we want to probably switch that over to being delivered by as part with the train and try and squeeze it onto the bus somewhere. I think everything, certainly everything in this one. I don't know what's on this supposed to be on this belt.
Does the bus?
Red circuit.
The bus doesn't need concrete, does it?
Yeah, it goes into one of the buildings.
Ah, okay.
Or maybe two of the buildings. It's currently being delivery cannoned into the bottom of the tower of buildings. You say inside track was an advantage, no God. I think no, it was the things over this side that finished first, and they were on the they were on the outside of these two corners. They would have been on the inside of the corner. Yeah, they were on the outside. So I don't know why they were first. I think it must have just been the order the bits of belt were placed. Yeah,
favoritism by the person placing the belts.
The bot's placing the belts. I just copied and pasted in swathes. So we've got coal, glass, rare metals, plastic, steel, which is going to become ingots, concrete, green circuits, copper ingots, blue circuits, red circuits, sulfur, iron ingots, and I don't know what this belt is supposed to be. Oh, here we go. Stone bricks. And red circuits again? Why is red circuits on here twice?
Isn't one of them explosives?
Oh yeah, sorry, yes, that's explosives. Alright, I'll put explosives on there as well. Then we've got dull uranium battery. Well, these are things that are slightly hard. I'm slightly less sure about, and we'll check. I'm pretty sure they're all needed in space, but I'm not sure if they're all needed on the bus in space.
You say explosives. That's not one of the ones on there, I don't think.
Right. Okay.
So this is why I was sort of saying not to just arbitrarily do everything.
All right. All right. You're all right. Tell you what. I'll do it the other way around. Coal.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Glass. Yes, definitely, almost definitely.
Yeah.
Rare metals.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Plastic. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Steel, definitely. Concrete. We've just.
That will be steel ingots.
Yeah, but I think the system. If the system at the top isn't capable of chopping up the ingots, we'll make it capable of chopping up the ingots. So that's fine. We'll start sending up steel plates instead of steel ingots.
We do have silicon being fed to the rocket, actually.
Okay. Might have to put in another belt.
Whether we've needed it, I don't know.
The other thing we could be doing actually is looking through the shopping list, which is just up.
That's what I'll put the things for.
Yeah, but I can't look at two things at once very easily.
Yeah.
Concrete, yeah. Green circuits, copper, yes. Blue circuits, yes. Red circuits, yes. Sulfur, pretty sure.
Yeah.
Iron, definitely. Explosives, you say no?
I don't see explosives here.
Okay. Stone bricks?
Don't see them. Nope.
Okay. Dull uranium.
Is that dull? I think it is. Yes. 238.
238, yes. Lead acid batteries, or normal batteries.
Yes.
Okay. Heat shield tiles, yes. Low density structures, yes. Solid fuel block, the cube things.
Don't see them.
Okay.
Nope.
Oh. So I just thought it's all right. We don't have those. We don't have. Did you say? Sorry, you said not to explosives. You said yes to dull uranium. You said no to stone bricks. Those are the only no's so far. Big engines, yes. Space. No. So space.
What do you mean by big engines?
Big petrol engines. What they call multi-cylinder engines.
Yes.
The red ones. Okay. This is an interesting one. Aeroframe scaffolds. They're not yet, but I suspect we might be going to want them for making spaceship parts. I'll not include them for now, and we can then decide later.
We might want them. We might want a spaceship construction area.
Oh, true. All right. Okay. I won't include those yet then. Excitable uranium. 235.
Nope.
Spicy. No spicy. Oh, interesting. Oh, of course, it goes straight to a science area, probably.
Yeah.
What are these? No, those substrates not. The lithium sulfur batteries, those do go up, I think.
Yep.
I don't know what this belt's for. It seems to be going up here. I still don't know what this belt's for because whatever it is, there's a shortage of it.
Yeah, that'll be the power packs.
Okay.
So
No. And lithium, yes, because that goes into that's how we make the plasma.
I saw it earlier, but I don't see it. Oh, there it is.
It's okay. I'm sure about that one. All of these came off the bus, so I'm fairly convinced of those. But let's check anyway. Single cylinder engines, definitely, surely.
Yeah.
Small electric motors, yeah.
Yeah.
Blank tech cards.
Blank. What
Yes.
colour? Those are
They're
the
sort of
greyish
beige
ones. Oh. that's military.
The beige
No,
ones.
I don't.
Oh,
Don't see that one.
we do.
Oh, there, I see it.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We're sending them up. I don't know if we need them.
Yeah, we do. They go into the optimization tech, and I think and the advanced. We'll need them for the advanced tech when we get there. Red, green, blue tech cards, of course. Rails, we've said yes. Big electric motors, yes. Electronic components, pretty sure, but I brought the belt down, but I have to admit I'm not certain.
We're not currently, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't, because I thought there was something that could use them for a better recipe or something.
Okay.
But that might be not relevant.
I'll
currently no, we are not sending them.
I'll remove them for now. Satellite telemetry data. That's the rocket control modules with the orange screen.
That must be.
I thought so. But I just wondered if
that might not be off the bus. That might have been a. No, because it's too far away.
I think we might just not be bringing those up, and I shouldn't have put them on the bus, on the thing down here, and I've just caused us to launch a lot of rockets. I have to admit, I'm slightly unsure about that. Of the two tech cards. Rocket control modules, though.
Yeah, you have to send them up for rocket science, don't you?
Not if you... No, because you make them into rocket science, which is the gold tech cards. You don't need them for space science. Right. So I think I might have screwed up there.
I was thinking you need to send them up for space science, but maybe that was just...
No, space science is other stuff. And rocket control modules themselves.
Don't think so.
No? Oh, okay.
They're rocket control units.
Yeah.
They're going into the...
oscilloscopes.
Rocket parts.
Okay, oops. I shouldn't have brought them down as well either then. I should probably turn these belts around and send them all the way back up again. Oh no. Okay. Well, that's a few things brought down unnecessarily, but it's not too bad. Right. Okay, I'll get on with the belts now then, because this is going to be a fairly significant process. Yes, exactly. No, God, this is just for the bus, just for the main bus or the main space bus. So if I put that there. Then we immediately have a coal belt there. That's absolutely fine.
Shall I stop that rocket launching?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to cut off all the...
Science Lake has gone.
Science Lake has gone? You mean it's been filled in? Or...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Marc's happened.
Blimey.
Thought we wouldn't notice.
But we did. Alternatively, we could just cut off all the belts that are loading the rocket.
No, not that rocket. The telemetry data one.
Oh, that one. Yeah, okay. Turn that off. And yeah, I suppose yes. Ooh, that's a thought. If we do demolish it, we'll have to send the telemetry data back down from space down to the ground to be made into the science packs. Which is, in fact, all they're used for. Yes, I should not have sent them all the way around here. Let's send them back. Yeah, I screwed up. No, not that way. Oh.
I've removed the splitter, so no more will go off to the left. Now, the good news is that we need to fill up the belt with... gold data cards.
True. Yeah. So, okay. So we are going to use a lot of these, but
and it's ignoring productivity. It's 1-to-1.
Oops.
Oh no, so it's 1-to-8. Never mind.
I messed this up, but never mind. Actually, not seriously. Yeah, they'll get used. We do a lot of science. Zoop. Sometimes I think there should be a faster way of doing this, just turning a huge belt around. But oh well.
Press the turn belt round button.
Yeah. I suppose Dyson Sphere. Oh, cool. Dyson Sphere program had that thing where you could pull up an entire belt in one button press, didn't it? So
I think after you finished playing, they added what you want.
A turnaround.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I think someone was saying that, and I played it a bit after then. I think I might have noticed that sort of thing. I've put a green chest. That's
okay, cool. Yeah, there shouldn't be all that many of them picked up, but there's bound to be some.
34 apparently.
Okay, that's not too bad. That's not so bad. Right, and I'll do the rocket control modules as well, because apparently nothing needs those. Which, I mean, that does surprise me. I thought this was the sort of thing that would be used in massive quantities for absolutely everything. But oh well. Ha! Oh, reverse direction that could be triggered by a circuit. That's a really interesting idea. Oh, no. There we go. Oh, what's happened there?
What's that one you're bringing back now?
Rocket control modules.
Rocket control units. Yeah. Isn't there's something else?
They're not going to get brought back unless we make an enormous number of nuclear bombs. Ah, crap. I mean, I could do that and just feed them back in, I suppose. See where else they're used. But now we won't make any nuclear bombs. What's this? Oh, I see it's making them incredibly slowly. What a ridiculous idea. I don't know how many of these rocket control modules we're even going to need. This might have been a massive. I don't know. Well, they'll all be fed back up onto into the bus at this point, and then I can sort of consider turning it round again, or we'll see how far they get taken away, and then deal with it from there. That's just, yeah. Oh, did I say good night, Johan? I can't remember. I hope I did. So right, that was okay. That's sorted. That sorted those couple of boo boos out and got rid of all that. What did we say about this? The electronics components. Did you say you reckon it's worth keeping them because you think there's something that does use them?
I didn't specifically say that.
You said okay. You said you thought there might be.
Yeah, I'm not remotely certain about that.
Okay, because that might be another screw up. They're cheaper though, so I think I'll just leave them out of laziness. Right, so I can't put a splitter there because it would impinge on that one. And I could put one. I could have one. So how far down do you have to go in order to get something to here? So I could have it pop up here, which means it needs to go under here, which means that needs to be there. So it could be plastic. Okay. So let's take out that bit and that. There's an annoyingly large insect flying around in my room. So I can put that there, and that there, and then go underground like that. So let's fill that gap. So it's every 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the next one would be 1, 2, 3, 4 would be green circuits. so it would go up here, and we would lose that one and that one and that one. Oh, we need to take out that one and that one and that one for the other undergrounds. This is the sort of thing that I need a blueprint for, or should have made a blueprint for, rather. In fact, why not? Let's just take that, copy that, and then that goes there. But that means I need to remove that bit first, and then that. Put it there. Boonk. And then there aren't 4 more on this, so that's okay. Right, then these will pop out up here somewhere. So we've got that one, and that's the last one. Okay, so we've got those. Then the next row is going to be the same sort of thing. But we'll put that. I mean, for this one, we don't actually need quite so much destruction, death, and dismay, and destruction. We just need that to go there, which means I need to pull out that bit. Then put that there. Oh, and that one as well. And then a belt can go up like that. And underground like that. Then we go down. Then we go down to there. And yeah, that does all matches up quite nicely. So I can take out this section. Paste that in there. Take out this section. That goes there. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, and one more time. One more time. Take out that bit. Put that in there. And then over here we have that one, and that one, and that one. It feels weird, but it does. It's going to bring all of this stuff up out nicely in the right places. The only complication is these belts. This one should have... Something's gone wrong here. There should be blue... Right, okay, there's a lot of greens on here where there should be blues, which is a bit weird. But yeah, with a couple of these belts that we're going to need to split because they've got two things on them. That one and that one. But that's okay, we've got a bit of space over here, so I think we should be alright. Yeah, you're right. A couple of warehouses and loaders would be easier. Yeah, that would probably have been a sensible thing to do, but never mind. It's an interesting sort of construction, and I'm sort of enjoying it, even if it's slightly painful. So next up, we've got out the coal, we've got out the glass. Now we need to get out. There's a third set of stuff to do, and then we're done. Yes, because plastic's already out. So that means I need to split out. Cut up, pull up that area, 4 probably. Then I can put that in there. That goes there, and then underground. No, underground, humbling free. Then I'll do 4x3 there. Paste that. 4, paste that. 4, paste that. And then the underground along here. Right. Simple-ish. Now we've got another set of those. Right, so then down here we decided we weren't going to do... Oh yeah, we were going to do the dull uranium batteries, heat shield, and... low density structures. I'm almost tempted just to copy this whole thing, actually. All of this.
And just take off the ones you want.
Yeah, basically, we'll just put them all in, and then put the whole thing in like that. Where does it go? It goes there.
I take off the ones you want, I just mean, yeah.
And then just not bother to link the belts through if I don't care about them. Yes.
Down one from that, surely. Or do you not care about that bottom belt?
I do care about the bottom belt. I'm going to have to add that in additionally, which is a problem because to add it in additionally would be further forward. So let's get rid of all of that. Let's create some space to do this first. So that goes there. Okay, I've got enough space forward. I need to take out a little bit more backwards. There we go. And then I think if I take the first, just the first column first, like that. Because that needs to go there, because that's where it goes. Put that there. Then there's going to be another one of the next one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4 is going to be here, like that. So it goes like that, and then under there. There we go. And of course, all of these have underground belts like that. Then I can copy that again, actually, because that then goes. Oh no, I can't. Then I can copy. Oh, I've lost track of what I can copy at this point. It's a little bit hard to tell, but I think it's this bit. Let's take that bit, and I think I've missed one deliberately because then I can line up the undergrounds properly. So you would go there. Ooh. Go there? Maybe? No, there. Oh, yeah, there. That's right, yes. So let's do that, and then that one's fed up to there. Is this any of this correct? Yes, it is, because that goes through there. That goes there. That's an underground, so that's fine. That's that one needs one in. That and that. And I think that's correct. We'll probably find out it isn't at some point, at some very, very awkward time in the future. But for now, I'm cautiously optimistic. So let's take copy that. No, let's copy top part of that. Put that there, and I suppose there. And up here. Why are some of these pointing downwards? I don't understand. Oh, right, yes, because they're the ones I fixed earlier. All right, so that goes like that. And then we'll turn around the ones that are weird, like that. Right. I think I've got this correct. This has been a rather larger build than I was hoping for. This has got a bit silly, and alarmingly, I can see the number of people watching, at least on YouTube. I can't see Twitch very easily. Has visibly dropped while I was messing around with this, which is a bit of a shame. But it did need to be done. Taken top belt twice. No, I don't think so. No, this one's the top belt. This one is not. This one is the second belt down, and this one is the third belt down. There's nothing on the. Oh, there is stuff on those belts. And some of it I do actually want. The explosives I don't want, but I don't care that I don't want, if that makes sense. So, up here then, get rid of those two, and we'll put in a blue splatter there, like that. No problem. To be honest, I'd rather you said when you think you've seen something wrong than didn't say, because I'm obviously infallible. Because I don't think I am infallible, and the chances are I have made a screw up.
We needed silicon, didn't we?
You suggested we might.
Oh yeah, we have silicon. I'll have a look up in orbit. See if it's going onto the bus somewhere.
So you know what? Let's do this the slightly tidier way. Oh no, I can't do it the slightly tidier way. I was gonna stick an underground belt in there to get an underground belt to get it out of there, but it wouldn't have worked because. Oh, it's actually, yes, I could make it work. Let's put an underground belt from here to here, then a splitter here, then an underground belt from here to here, and then an above ground belt like this.
No, we don't seem to be. It's not coming off the bus, and it doesn't seem to be on the combinators.
Okay. The combinators are the source of truth, as they say in the business world. Apologies for sounding like Mike. Right, you. Oh, you're doing things. I'm in the wrong mode. Okay, you are supposed to be filtering science stuff. Gold ones to the right. There we go, like that. Lovely. Stop being quite so far over. Right, that's all. So now, is there nothing else on the same belt as the red ones? I'm going to go back and check because I'm sort of slightly paranoid about this. In fact, let's just go over here and check because this is going to be easier. If I go all the way over here and look at the belt that's got the red science on it, it's got the blank cards as well. Why does it not? Why does it not down here? Where am I? I'm there. Where are the blank tech cards? There are the blank tech cards. Okay, they seem to have a belt to themselves. Let's try and work that one out. So up here, why were they sharing before and they're not now? So the reds seem to be on their own belt there. The blank tech cards are the belt above. Seems to be alright. Is it because I'm just pulling... Oh, it's because I'm pulling these straight out from where they're being made, rather than waiting for them to get all the way over here, and then presumably they merge somewhere way downstream. Yeah, it's probably... I think that's fine. Okay. If I put in one that isn't meant to be there, maybe. Right, you are supposed to be filtering. Blue tech cards out. I don't care which side, just as long as it's one of them. Okay, that'll kind of do. It's not quite right. There's some stuff in there that shouldn't be, but it's nothing serious. I can bring all of these up like this. And is that everything now? Yeah, we've got all of these, No, we haven't done these. We need okay, we need a couple of these things as well. Okay, nearly there. So that'll be down here. I could put in another copy of this. Now this one is complete and slightly bigger. Put this in here. It's not going to fit. Not quite going to fit, but that's okay because we don't actually need quite so many of these. So should I just build it again? Probably. Oh, actually, no. I can just copy the top part of it, can't I? Presumably, if I take that bit. Let's just put in what I can, because the bit that didn't fit isn't really... Oh, it's just belts anyway. So yeah, if I put that there, I'll need some more landfill, but that'll fit in happily. Yeah, let's do that. And pick up all of this. I wish the bots that were coming out to build stuff appeared as quickly as the ones that appear to have come out to disassemble stuff. But of course, these are already here and waiting, and they don't need to go off and find the landfill that I want to put in there. So it is a little bit easier for them. The fun part, or the bit that's going to take for bloomin' ever, is going across all the way across here and setting up all the filters to put the correct things into the correct place, which is going to take forever. The other thing that needs to be done is a big long row of these across here like this, and then this, and joining them all together. And this one gets a buy apparently. Let's use the magic of copy and paste because it's what it's there for. So we're going to put that there and there. I don't know why I didn't copy and paste that. So then we have another one of these, probably over this side actually, because of where everything's going to need to get to. And then I can copy that over these ones. And also these ones, because why not? And then, given that Tristan's put lots and lots of green belts in it, oh yeah, let's upgrade all this to green. That's a much better idea. Because then we'll be able to pump the stuff through a bit more quickly. And then, given that we've got so many belts up here, let's run 3 belts up like this. Let's leave this with expansion room, so in case I decide I want to take it up to 6 at some point in the future. Pass that through like that, and then each of these will then be split and sent off to one of the half terrains up there. Actually, I should... Yeah, let's spread these out a little bit more. So we'll have room for another one up... Yeah, we'll have room for a belt coming up like this. And... Yeah. Hang on, wait, what? Oh, okay, yeah,
You're going to be requesting steel, aren't you?
I think no. I think
you need steel.
I think we should switch the bus over to using not steel, to using steel ingots.
Yeah, that's still steel.
Oh. Oh yeah, the bus definitely needs steel. Space bus.
Yeah. Can you take off the steel plate line, but just pretend it's steel ingots?
Okay.
It will convert in due course.
I've taken a chunk out of it, Getting rid of the rest is going to be a bit more of a mission.
No, just use that, but pretend it's steel ingots.
Oh, I see. Oh, hello, Cyclomatic. 55. Wow, that's a hell of a raid. Thank you very much. Welcome. You joined me in the middle of trying to bring stuff up into space. So have you been also playing Factorio and space exploration and all that sort of exciting goodness? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've got. Cool. Nice. How far have you got in? We're on about tier 3 of each of the space sciences, and things are going pretty well. Oh, no K2. Okay, well it's fun without as well. Yeah, I think because there's 4 of us. Well, there's 3 of us tonight, but because there's 4 of us in theory playing it, we decided that having the extra challenge of K2 would be a good idea. But yeah, one of the things I've managed to finish off today is getting the. I was going to say getting the tier 3 astroscience up and running, but it turns out I've just completely run out of some of the ingredients for it. So. That's not happened quite so much as I was intending, but we're getting a few of those catalogues through at least, and my compatriots have been off doing all the other sciences as well. So yeah, things are going quite well. But we're just doing a massive upheaval now because we got space elevators a couple of episodes ago, and now we're switching over from. Previously, we had a rocket that was flying up to here with all the resources we needed in space, and then they're being unloaded through my massive space bus down here. There's a video on YouTube that talks about on my YouTube channel talks about how on earth all of this stuff works. But yeah, we've decided that we don't really want this to be being done by rockets because rockets are silly and inefficient and so on. So we're trying to switch over to having all of that going into a train that starts here and then goes up the elevator. And so that means we've got these massive trunks of belts, some of them coming off our bus, some of them coming off drop-off stations. It's a lot. And that's why I seem to spend rather a lot of time recently just building up these systems that are pulling all of the essentially off these sort of buses of all the different resources, and then now I'm going to merge them all together and try and get them into the train to go up the space elevator. So that's going to be an adventure, basically. I'm just going to link these up like this first, and then think about whether I need to, whether I've left enough room for all the underground belts I'm going to use. Conveniently, that seems to be exactly the right number. Now if I come up here, yeah, this should work. So now I can get the green undergrounds. Go through from there to there, and there to there. Yes, that's right. There to there, and there to there, and there to there. And, oh yeah, the other one just runs all the way up the outside like a trailer park girl. I've got to stop using that line. I blame Al for it. These all go, yeah, link them in there. Like that. Boom. Right, that's the easy bit. The hard bit is this bit down here that I've been working on, where I need to try and get this. Yeah, I wanted to put this into here. Actually, that's not quite as bad as I thought it was, except it needs to go there to get the lining up correct. If I drop that in like that, that's all fine, except here. This bit isn't going to work. So I guess I could pull that out and just say whatever that is, whatever's on this line here isn't going to go up to the space station without a little bit of shenaniganery. Oops. Put that there. All right. Yeah, so that's not perfect, but it'll probably do. So that's that area right now built up. Can bring all of the resources back through again. They'll all come up here. And then we have the exciting part of trying to make sure we get the right amount of everything heading up to the space bus. And that's going to be a bit of a mission. But first, there's a couple more bits here that need to be finished off. So I'll put that there and there. I said there. Do as you're told. And then up here again like that. And finally, another chunk of this up here. Some of these are the wrong way around. It's because of what I copied and pasted. There we go. So these are probably wrong. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all of them. Yeah, they're all pointing upwards now. Yes. Okay, so we've got all of the resources. Eventually, once all these belts are placed and filled in and all of that sort of stuff, once everything's built, we should then have all of the resources coming up here, ready to be fed through into the splitters here and all merged down to be loaded into the trains. From here, we need to take the signal that's going to be coming down from here, and this is the shopping list that's going to be coming down from Norbit. And we're doing the same thing over here with this rocket. We've got a signal receiver. Signal comes down from here of everything that's needed up there, and as you can see over there on the right, it's been is this, oh, where does the cable go from here? How did I build all this up? Anyway, there is a list of all the things that we require coming out of there. You look at those to see which are less than 0. Anything that's less than 0, you put into the rocket, or in this case into the train, and it'll get and the train fills up. And when it's full, it heads off and takes all that stuff up to orbit. Relatively straightforward. Again, I've made a video of that one as well. So, okay, space science and working towards utility science. Yeah, that's quite. Are you playing on your own, or do you have a team to help you? Because we found when we did the I was working on one of the sciences up here. So we've got the no, not there. Yes, here. Production and utility science. So I was working on the production science, which meant I went, oh, we need vulcanite. So I went off to our vulcanite moon to start getting some. And while I was there, Tristan went off to the cryonite moon and started getting cryonite. So when I came back and built up this one, it was the matter of only a few seconds more to get the utility science as well, so it made it a lot easier. But you're going to be in the position where you're going to go on, okay, I'd like utility science in your case. So you've presumably gone off to get cryonite. Then you're going to come back and go, okay, I now want to do production science. Oh, that means I need to go off to another planet and go and get the vulcanite. So it's going to be a little bit more of a mission for you. But you know, it shouldn't be too difficult. The getting the vulcanite is fairly similar to getting the cryonite. Obviously, the recipes are slightly different, but the basic idea is the same. And why is this machine not producing utility science? Why are you sad? You don't have any thermofluid. Oh, I didn't link the thermofluid up for these upper machines for this upper machine because apparently I'm a muppet. Let's do that and that. So these pipes don't quite have the range to get across there. Right. Well, I mean, to be honest, one machine is capable of keeping up with this many speed modules in it, but anyway. Right, where was I before I so rudely interrupted myself? Yes, I was down here fiddling this bit together. So in order to get that to work, I essentially need a long strip of, basically just a strip of belts. So let's put these in like this, and no, don't cut. What's getting blown up? Oh, it's one of it's a defensive outpost that is probably, is it outside the? No, it's inside the Roboport area. Okay, I'm not worried about it then. Stop showing me that area. I don't care about that. I want to be down here. Right. So I don't want to link these up yet, because if I link these up, then all of these things will pour through. They'll fill up the train, and it'll be a bit of a mess, and I'll have a load of stuff that I wasn't expecting up in space. None of it really matters, because most of this stuff I want to have in space, but not just yet. So so I say I need to get the signal off here. So we'll set some pylons down like this to bring the signal down to in the vicinity of all of these belts. Then I can link all of this together with red cable, and then essentially I have to go all the way along here. Okay, well, thanks. I shall keep at it, and my hope is to, well, I was going to say my hope is to try and get this this system up and running by the end of the evening, but I don't think that's going to happen, given that it is now practically midnight. I should probably stop and think about bed as well. But yeah, the next step is to go along all of these belts along here and set them to be filtered for whatever is coming up the appropriate belt here. Now this one has been flipped round because it was something we realised I shouldn't have brought down here, as is this one actually. But that just gives us a little bit of extra space to play with, so let's get rid of this while I'm at it. But I'll leave the other one in for now because I've sort of put the belts in, so maybe I'll turn it around later. Yeah, so we've got all of these resources being brought up, and should be then fed up over here, and well, at least once all the bots have come in and done everything. Having just noticed that it is basically midnight, do you guys think we should perhaps stop?
That does seem sensible. I'm sure you said it was basically 10 o'clock about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think we've had the one more build, oh, it's midnight problem, which is always a fun problem to have. I think I'm at a point where I kind of know what's going on here, and it's probably going to be all right. Oh, I've just thought of something else that needs to be fed into this. we need to have a blue chest that's just bringing in anything, all the buildings and things that are being requested. I don't think that's a problem. I'll just tap it in on one of these belts over here that's not really being used particularly.
Or just put it on the left-hand side. Drop it into the back wagon.
Oh yeah, that's possible. Yeah. Yeah, there is a bit of space there. Yeah, could do that. Not a bad idea. I sort of want to get these.
To sacrifice my space.
Yeah, you're not using a huge amount of it over there. Right, so this is from Norbit, presumably. Let's link it up to something and see if it looks realistic. No, there is nothing on the from Norbit. Oh, it doesn't have power.
I did dump that in a fairly arbitrary place.
Yeah, right. Should we move that down a bit? Because it looks... It's. In fact, should we put this... I could put this down here. No, I'll get in the way. Let's leave it up at the top.
But just the wrong place.
Yeah, of course. Oh, that noise was the space elevator running. I heard a noise and wondered what it was. Which train are you? Recycling area pickup. Okay. Come down for more. These things, substrates. Yeah, so this is the system actually working where it's been finished. So we're along here. We're watching the signal that's coming down from orbit and feeding through the things we're short of. They're being pumped into the train, and then the train can zip off around here and go up the elevator. And yeah, nice and simple. If anyone is interested, I do provide on my YouTube channel, which should be linked from the Twitch description area, or possibly if somebody says exclamation mark YouTube probably. Let's try that. Yeah, there we go. You can see from there. You can. I do summary videos at the weekends on Fridays and Saturdays where I just talk for about typically half an hour or so about all the things that have been happening during the stream and how everything works in a bit more detail. And of course there's all the Tutorio videos on there about how various different bits and pieces around the factory work and that sort of thing. So yeah, lots of other information scattered around on the YouTube channel. I recommend checking it out for those of you who are new. Anyway, yes, so that's being loaded up. Once it fills up, the train will head off and take all that stuff up to orbit. So in the meantime, that has still not been placed. But I can cable this bit up at least. Run that down here, and then from here it goes doop, 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 all the way along here. And the really frustrating thing about this is every single one of these belts is going to need to be set up with a different rule on it to make sure the correct items are watched for. And I'm not aware of any easy way to do it other than just to work through all the damn things one at a time. I seem to also be requesting flat batteries. I should probably not do that.
Hey, look, lithium's broken.
Where?
Oh, it's lack of mineral water.
Oh. Well, who'd have thunk it?
And that means we have no
Plasma?
red circuits.
Oh, red circuits need lithium. Oh, yes, of course they do. Yes, it's a new recipe. Yeah.
There's a train trying to go to mineral water mine, which doesn't exist. Marc, you've removed the core processing, which was our source of mineral water.
There's a mineral water pickup prio station, though, which has 194,000 mineral water available and is venting. So
okay,
there needs to be a train
over there instead.
that tries to go to mineral water prio. Yeah. Right, thank you. Let's have a look at the bar chart. See what we're short of, shall we? Here we go. Okay, so we're short of what's that stuff? Silicon and rare metals. Bit short of plastic. Very short of lithium, as you say. Kind of short of coal. No green circuits or red circuits, as you say, or purple belts. No lube. No rocket fuel. And no sulfuric acid. So there's a lot of things missing. I think we need to.
Sulfuric acid we're fine with.
Okay, there's none on the bar chart. So I think we might need to spend a session or two just consolidating rather than expanding, because we have problems. I don't expect this new build down here to particularly tax the supplies, because it should just be it should be much as it was before, but it could be yeah, the rest of it needs a bit of a looking at. Maybe that's what I'll do in the next video, actually, because that's the sort of thing I tend to do as I'm skimming around looking at things. So along here, as I was saying, all these need to be programmed. So I can look here, I can go, well, that's military tech cards. So let's go in and say, if military tech cards is less than 0, then run. This one's the same. If gold tech cards is less than 0, then run. I'm not sure what this one is supposed to be. Oh, that's one we got rid of. And never mind about that then. Here we go, electronics components, which is I don't know. They're in this. Oh, here down here. Electronic components is less than 0. And big green motors. Big green motors, big green motors, big green motors. That one. And rail. You can see why I was grumbling a bit about having to set all of this up. So this one is despite appearances is blue tech cards. There's been a glitch in the system here. This one is green. You can tell, yeah, blues are coming up here around this way, so that one should be blue. This one's green, as I say. This one's clearly red. This one is blank tech cards. That one, blank tech cards. This is the small blue motors. That's going to be in here. Then the single cylinder engines. And then coal, so we're into resources now. And plastic. Problem is it jumps around quite a lot because of the way it's set up. And then we need green circuits. And then I don't know what this one is. This is probably red circuits, but let's see if we can find it. Yes, this is red circuits. The empty one. And then glass. Back into resources again. Steel. Steel ingots, actually, technically. Now, these are steel plates, but they will be replaced with steel ingots at some point in the not-too-distant future, and then things will make more sense. Copper, sulfur, rare metal. Yes, there's quite a bit of this, unfortunately. It's not a huge amount of time, but it is a little tedious and repetitive, and also tedious and repetitive. And that one's concrete. This is blue circuits. And if I get any of these wrong, then you get enormous quantities of the wrong thing flowing through, because it'll be trying to fill up. If I put this one down as heat shield tiles, for example, then and this one down as explosives, then if we were short of heat shield tiles, then it'd keep providing explosives until we had enough heat shield tiles, which obviously is not going to happen. So that's problematic. There's nothing there, so I'm going to leave these. I think these are probably blank ones. So I'm going to come across here and just carry on doing the ones that actually have their slots, because I'm assuming that the ones that don't have anything on their on the belt at this point are probably blank rows in the system. So I'm not going to do those because, well, I wouldn't know what to put on them, obviously. Your solid fuel, are you a resource? Where is solid fuel? I think I'm going to have to search that one. Oh, okay, it is in resources. Solid fuel. Aeroframe scaffolds, lithium sulfur batteries, that one, spicy uranium is in here, spicy uranium. Oh, those shouldn't be there. This should be there. Lithium. There we go. Let's push these ones. I'm going to push back out again, actually, because I don't want to have. There's no point in having the memory card substrates available to that rocket. I might as well take them back out. Try and get them back onto this belt. I don't know how I'm going to get them back onto this belt, but like that, I suppose. I'll get rid of some of them at least, and then. I can't leave that in a position where it's going to work. We'll just have to wait for the train to come back down again and grab another load of those substrates, which probably won't be all that long. So now that's all done, I should be able to grab all of that, copy and paste those belts in there like that, and then we now have this one. We can say from Norbit, which we've got there. If I link this to that, I also need to link that to there. And 1 second, or I'll forget what I'm doing here. I need to read the train contents, and don't need to send anything to the train. Oh, yes, I do. Do need to send to train. There we go. Right, yes, Tristan.
You know how you commented that I didn't rebuild the train?
Yes. Have I not rebuilt the train? I haven't, have I?
No.
Sorry. Right, so you can see along here, some of these lights are green. So apparently we have fewer electronic components than we want. So we have as you can see over there on the right-hand side, we have a big long list of all of the things that are up in Norbit. If I zoom out a little bit, which I think is Control... no, that's the wrong way. There we go. You can see at the bottom, there's some stuff with negative numbers on there. So we apparently want to have 4,200 more electronic components, 4,300 more low density structure, and so on. So there's a handful of things that we do want to have more of. For some reason, we seem to be requesting quite a lot of memory card substrates on the Norbit bus shopping list, and that's not good. So that probably needs to be fixed. But otherwise, you can see, yes, now we have some of this stuff flowing through here. It can go pour up here, and then when we have a train here at some point in the future, then we can start load them into it. We don't, of course, have a train at the moment, and it does mean that all this stuff on the belt here there'll be an excess of it, but that's okay. We don't really mind about that.
So, Laurence, do you remember like 20 minutes ago that
I said it was bedtime?
Yeah. So for me, it actually is, because I have to get, I think, 4.5 hours back up. So
yeah, okay, yeah, you probably should have gone ages ago then. I'm impressed you stayed
leave now and sleep you to it. So have fun.
Okay, I think we're probably about to finish. To be honest, I think I've got to a good stopping point here. The next step is to be building a station up in Norbit. Oh, have you been doing that, Tristan? Let's have a look. Okay, so the next step. Let's zoom back in again because the user interface looks weird.
Let me save real quick and then.
Okay. Yeah, so the next step is to replace this rocket landing pad with a station, and then everything can be dumped up here and then everything can be brought up by the train. So things are going to be generally better, and we can stop using the rocket. However, we're going to need to launch the rocket one last time for that.
Probably use one of these two.
One of which two? Oh, those straight. Yeah,
either of those two.
Have fun.
There you go. I would sort of like it. No, I'd like it to be a lot closer to the to the bus, I think, just to minimise the excess amount of stuff that comes over. I think I'll just put it in this gap, and the gap that will be made when we get rid of the rocket landing pad, basically. I think that should be fine. But I think we're going to call that an end at the end of it. So yep, okay, Madman, sleep well as well. So thank you everyone who's been watching. If you're new to the channel, if you came in one of those raids, please follow. Please check out my YouTube channel where there's sort of a lot more of there's past streams. There's the summary videos, and the summary videos are a good way to get caught up and see the sort of things we've been getting up to and what I've been doing. So there's lots of stuff going on there. Particularly the tutorials will probably be some of the most interesting content where I talk about how to set up LTN, how to set up spaceships, how to set up a bus like this, what sort of good stuff to take with you up to space, that sort of thing. So that's that. There will be a new video out tomorrow for non-supporters. I'll try and get one out for supporters as well. I haven't finished it yet though, so it might be a bit late, I'm afraid. Sorry about that. And then on Wednesday I shall be along here streaming XCOM. So if you want to be part of the fun, grab the XCOM 2 Propaganda Center from Steam. It's a free download, and create your own character and send them over to me, and I'll add you to the roster. Friday and Saturday are the update videos, as always, and all that's left for me to say now, I think, is thank you very much for watching, and I shall see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye.